Good morning, guys. Hoovering with the Brits. uh, yeah. So how is that injury coming about? Are you like Are you laid up for a lot longer? Oh man. Good morning, guys. Watching House of David, David and Goliath. Oh my God. Not the fucking stiff dragon leg. Damn. Oh, St. Davis's Day here. Um, David was a peasant boy, became a fucking king. He slew the giant, knocked this motherfucker out with a rock, and cut his head off. You know what I'm saying? The little boy. He said, demolish 5 wings and a salad. Man, they say you are what you eat. This nigga a chicken. This nigga is a chicken. Pay attention to Puff. Pay attention to him. That motherfucker will eat nothing but chicken wings and turkey sandwiches. Wings and salad. I think I'm gonna have some chicken for breakfast, man. I might do chicken and waffles this morning whenever I get hungry. I was already thinking about that, like what's for breakfast, what's for breakfast? Because once again, I done ate all my damn fruit, so I ain't got no fruit, I ain't got no yogurt. Like fuck, nigga. I do chicken and waffles. I do some chicken and waffles this morning, man. I do that right up, you know. Mm-hmm. What the fuck, man? I don't like when I can't be finding my goddamn lighter. I be putting that shit in the wrong spot. There it goes. I was able to afford some grapes and oranges this week. Had to get me some real fruits and veggies. Yo, fucking produce be expensive as fuck. They just want you to buy everything shrink wrap, freeze dried, pre-packaged. You go try to buy some fresh fruit, especially out of season. Oh hell, they try to charge you an arm and a leg for a cherry. Especially where I'm at. I'm so far north. Like we don't got no real long growing season up here, yo. It don't shit hardly grow. So for all of our fruits and shit, they got to get shipped from goddamn Florida and Mexico and Cali. Boy, I should be expensive as fuck, bro. Try to get you a pomegranate. They ain't gonna charge you $5 for that shit. When I buy a mango, one mango be like $2.50 for for one mango. Okay, she gotta travel so goddamn far. That's what I see. Like Canada be mad about tariffs and all this shit. Bitch, y'all live in a frigid ass tundra. Ain't nobody tell y'all to live way up there where y'all can't grow shit. It ain't my fault y'all can't grow shit all year, nigga, cause y'all wintertime is 6 months out the fucking year. You want some of our shit? You know what I'm saying? Or you want to sell some of your shit down here? Tariffs, bitch. Or you can become the 51st state. Woo! He kicks Zelensky out the White House. That's what you talking about? Yo, the cereal. Man, that should be like $5, $6 for a box of cereal. $7 for cereal? For cereal. Come on now. I seen a little, it was so bad, it felt cringy. So I tried to watch a clip of it, and I ain't even seen Trump. I seen JD Vance start pointing his finger, and I was like, I don't know if I would have watched that. Made me feel embarrassed. I was embarrassed. Like, and so apparently Trump was like, they're supposed to have dinner and everything. Trump was like, bitch nigga, yo, get the fuck out my house, man. Who the fuck is you? Who the fuck is you raising your voice at me? Get the fuck out my house. Get him out of here. Now, fuck that dinner shit, man. Throw that shit out, nigga. Get the fuck out my house. And that's apparently what I heard happen. Oh, you're siding with Russia. I ain't siding with nobody, nigga. Fuck you. I ain't siding with. You want me to talk shit about him? You want me to talk shit about him to get on the phone and be like, hey, can we make this deal? Bitch, that shit don't even work like that, man. This psychology, this shit. Y'all motherfuckers dumb as shit. Everybody dumb as shit right now. You want me to talk shit about him, but not talk shit about you, but then try to make a fucking deal. I can't do that. I'm trying to respect everybody. Because I want your people to stop dying. I want his people to stop dying. I want our people to stop losing money. I'm trying to respect everybody. That's how you get a fucking deal done. Y'all want to call me a Putin sympathizer, a Russian motherfucker, whatever. Get the fuck out my house. Get him out of here, man. Elon doing what he supposed to be doing, digging deeper into the records. Why they handling this shit? Elon doing what he supposed to be doing, bro. He digging deep into them records, going deeper. Let me see what else I can find. Cause you know what? As a matter of fact, you know what Elon was doing when that was happening? While JD Vance and motherfucking Trump sitting down with Zelensky, Elon did a whole Joe Rogan podcast. That's what Elon was doing. He did a whole Joe Rogan podcast. This is like his 5th time on there. Let me see if I can go back in my history. All right, in my history, we got a beat. Then we got AI. A lot of you are going to prison. Trump obliterates Zelensky. I started watching that. Elon Musk on Joe Rogan. Zelensky kicked out. I started watching a couple of them, yo. But yeah, fucking Elon just did a whole Joe Rogan podcast telling everybody, because Joe Rogan gets 34 million views per podcast or some dumbass shit. He just keep telling everybody, like, yeah, the government is way fucked up, dog. Way fucked up. And they trying to attack me because I'm the messenger. Don't kill the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just hey, broski, I'm just the messenger. I am just the messenger. Breaking news. So I was going back and forth between Zelensky and there's a bunch of AI shit just came out, yo. So I started watching that. Then I seen some AI stuff, some video game stuff. Then I tried to go back to the Zelensky shit. but I didn't watch any of it. It's just
Song from your
so
weirdest
cringy.
idea.
Shit is so
It's known
cringy.
as Donna AI Song and Music Maker.
People, you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning. Sure. First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You
God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly what you're doing.
You're in no position.
So this is what somebody else said too. This motherfucker Ukrainian. He speaks very little English. He speaks more English than we can speak Ukrainian, but they think that it's a miscommunication. When he said that, oh, you're going to feel it too in the future, like, and then Trump just immediately said, whoa, don't tell us what the fuck we're gonna feel. But well, I mean, what is he really trying to say? You know what I'm saying? English not his first language. I don't know. I don't know. I think a lot of things were lost in translation, and I don't even want to watch it. I don't want to watch it. I keep stopping it, like when because I don't know. That you see where I picked it up at. That's where I stopped at when fucking JD was talking to him, and it just keeps getting more cringy and more cringy. Now just like Trump was like, whoa, you don't tell us what we're gonna feel. You don't dictate. Yeah, that shit is wild. I've been saying fuck them people. Bro, America first, bro. America first. America first. America first. America first. Period. Period, bro. We've been doing this shit for too long. We've been dictating too much shit for too long. We've been instigating and maneuvering and plotting shit for too long, man. Just worry about ourselves, man. Everybody gonna have problems. They always gonna be problems. I understand, like, the democracy that's set up here in America seems really great, and it has worked for over 200 years. Still fucking shaking. We still trying to figure out shit, and we still got a lot of internal social issues from the foundation that we're still trying to work out. America first, man. Hey, everybody, y'all like democracy, try your own democracy. It don't have to be exactly like our democracy. You don't need our politicians coming to influence your government heads to set up our kind of democracy. Y'all want to vote, man. Do that shit y'all damn self. Y'all want to have transgender plays, fund that shit your damn self. Whatever, man. Everybody live their own shit, yo. I don't understand. Like, once again, everything has been weird after the fall of the empires of World War II. Like, shit has just been weird. And then in the last 60 years, like, the globalization thing is going on, and it's like, it does seem like, there is this shadowy group that's trying to push us towards a one world government, a one world civilization, which isn't a terrible thing in a way, where if everybody still can remain an individual nation with your own heritage and your own culture and your own religions, and we can just all respect that shit. We can all respect it. And if there is an issue, yeah, let's have like some kind of global council where we can sit down and just really talk and say, hey, the balance is shifting a little bit. Can we nudge it back so we can keep the balance? And that's it. Like, other than that, it's a weird thing. Utopia would never happen. It'll never happen. Even in Star Wars, the Galactic Council, and what in any future that we predict as humans, when you look at our science fiction and we predict the future for ourselves, it's always turmoil. It's always conflict. And we just know that. Even when we predict a future that's 3,000 years from now, there's just conflict. So what? saying fuck us. Bro, this is the thing too. Where does Donald Trump live? Where does his family live? Where does his children live? Where will his grandchildren live? In America. So what country does he want to be the best country? America. Where do I live? America. I win by default. I win by default. We are the world's military might. We are one of the biggest movers and shakers in global society today. We're lucky enough to live in one of these countries, whether it's fucking Russia, Europe, China at this current moment, or here in America. Like our cards were just played that way. Because you could be in fucking Uganda or goddamn fucking Palestine somewhere right now. Or you could have been born in Syria. You know? But we weren't. We were born in America. And right now, the people at the very top of this shit seem like they want the best for this country. And we live in this country. We win by default. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If this shit gonna make everybody at the top better, then most of the time it'll make people at the middle better, and it's a trickle down effect. It's better for everybody. Stop sending people to wars. If we can end wars, like you say, that ain't nobody winning. It's better for everybody. Cutting all this dumbass inflation and shit with all these fucking weird ass spending habits, that's better for everybody. Oh, the rich are gonna really, really get off of, yeah, and everybody else too. And we got to keep reminding these motherfuckers too. Like y'all said the stimmy. Don't forget about the stimmy you mentioned. And just keep holding them motherfuckers to what they saying. And it seems like they're good with what they've been saying so far. They just keep sticking on their word. And even right now, it's kind of cringy, the interaction with this fucking a leader of another nation. But these niggas not playing. We not playing with y'all globalist bullshit no more. We not. Don't tell us what the fuck to do in my house, bro. We trying to end this fucking war or not? I like it. Is it cringy? Yes. Is that unpresidential? Yes. Does it seem like they're bullying and jumping on this guy? Yes. Are they taking advantage of his English as a second language? Yes. Fucking weird as shit. I'm still for it though. I'm still for that shit. A means to an end. A means to an end. A means to an end, yo. I'm just saying. He said I just disappeared. Bro. And as long as you know me, this is the first time I've ever played the game. Because I figured that shit out a long time ago too, dog. Hey, this shit is rigged. It is super fucking rigged. The game is rigged. You not meant to win this shit. You not. Unless you lucky and you fucking bow down to certain people and groups, then you can be a fucking Oprah Winfrey or a goddamn Epstein or one of these motherfucking people like that. But others have to allow you to get there. And most of us don't. We just live normal lives, even if we become rich. Because I got rich people in my family, but rich and wealthy, two different things. And then the super wealthy is like, who helped you do that? You know? So I read David Icke when I was 19. I read David Icke at 19, was reading Dan Brown around that time, started listening to Alex Jones in my 20s, and I've been knowing the shit is rigged, bro. I've been knowing that shit. That's how I know like this is the best thing right now. This is you might can't see it, and I don't know, man. You probably have never just went down as many rabbit holes as I have, but there is no better course of action. This is the first time where a sitting administration is openly telling the people they are poisoning your food. They are stealing your money. The last time somebody did it, they got shot in the head. The last time a motherfucker started talking about secret societies and shit, somebody shot him in the head. Twice. And now this dude started talking about secret societies and somebody tried to shoot him in the head twice. This motherfucker is really trying to end a war. He said, I'll do it on day one. It ain't been day one, but he's trying to get this shit done. I mean, a lot of other weird shit with it, but still, I think this is the best course of action, yo. I don't think that's what's happening when everybody keeps crying, oh, federal this and federal that, and they're saying let the states handle that shit, yo. Let the states handle abortion issues. Let the states handle education. Let the states do that. How are they shifting it towards themselves? The states need to have more control over the state citizens and let the fucking federal government worry about other shit and not what every little thing the fucking states are doing, because the states should be able to regulate themselves. You have all your fucking mayors and governors and everything else in between. A state should be able to regulate its fucking self without so much oversight from the government, especially on abortion and education. Because the way we've been doing education for the last 50 years apparently isn't goddamn working. When we're putting the most money into an education system and America still has the lowest education, we got to import all of our talent from India and fucking China. Or outsource it to Taiwan or somewhere. It's the fucking weirdest thing. Let the states handle that bullshit, man. A lot more of it makes sense to me, yo. Oh, Measle, what's good, bro? It's, once again, man, people worry about the personality and the messenger, bro. The personality and the messenger. I don't like the way you doing a lot of shit, man. Just get the shit done, bro. It'll be all right. I might have to try to finish watching that shit, though. Like I said, it is so cringy. Why are you yelling at this man like that, yo? You gotta be. Now, everybody on the other side are gonna be like, yeah, he's all over Putin. That's his home. You saw he taking up for him? Oh my god, dude. Like, And you know what's crazy? Even Wendy know about this shit because this is not just our shit right now. You know what I'm saying? Believe it or not. And the other thing too, like I really do think most of the world is siding with Trump on this shit. Like even the Ukrainians, when they realize y'all had a deal ready in 2019, 2020, and what? And it's like, nah, this shit could have been settled a long time ago. And it's only because y'all keep fucking Russia over from the original deal. And Russia just been kind of like, okay, guys, okay, guys, okay, guys, okay. And now they're like, okay, okay, enough, enough, enough. Enough is a fucking enough. And they're like, well, fuck you, Russia. And Russia's like, no, enough is enough. Stop. Can you please stop? Can we please talk about this? And they're like, talk about it. Like Russia's like, yo, we really need to talk about this. Because I'm getting uncomfortable with all the actions y'all taking right now. Can we talk about it? And it's like, yeah, nah, fuck you, Russia. And then all of a sudden, a pipeline gets blown up, and it's like, what? Seriously? Okay. And then now, what you want these motherfuckers to do? What do you want them to do? I don't understand. And I know that's like, I may not have all the nuances to it, but I think that's the broad picture is that Russia's just like, enough is enough, dude. Stop whatever your fucking NATO bullshit. Stop it. Stop with the NATO bullshit. That shit is, we ain't been needing NATO for a long time, motherfuckers. No, it's good. We're gonna join it. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Well, look at that. Look at that. Look, bruh. I'm telling y'all now, stop the bullshit. You keep fucking with this man. Keep fucking with this dude. I mean, like you said, I don't know what you want the man to do. Honestly. I'd be in my bag too. If that was me, I could just be like, these motherfuckers think I'm a punk or something. Is they trying to punk me? I feel like they trying to punk me. I can't let these motherfuckers punk me like that, yo. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I gotta show some kind of strength. Y'all want to do this? I'm telling y'all don't. This ain't what y'all want, man. The motherfucker, like, America just keep whispering like, yeah, this is what y'all want. Trust me, this is what y'all want. And then they go puppet ass Zelensky. Hey, country, this is what we really want. This is so we can protect our land and protect our people who speak Russian. All of our Russian people. Get the fuck out of here, man. The Donbass regions and all that shit, man. Hold up. The motherfuckers speak Russian anyway. So who cares? It's a whole weird thing, man. Omizu, then see, you sound like a Russian sympathizer. I mean, what you want the motherfucker to do, dog? That's the only thing I understand. What you want me to do? I just sit here act like I'm a pussy, right? I'm you just gonna fuck me over, huh? And I'm just sitting here and just smile. Like, nah. I need really, bro, so we can just listen to their news without no filter, bro, and listen to their shit, dog. I swear that's how we wanting to get that shit. Tell me what's going on, man. Because if I just feel like I know he got the best security and stuff, but I feel like if the Russians really hated that motherfucker, bro, there would be a way to get him out of power. I feel like. Even if it was like some cool or some crazy shit, like I think they could get him out of power. I think the Russians like Putin as their leader, and they probably let that motherfucker do that shit until the day he died. But I don't know Russian, so I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's just my speculation. I feel like anybody is touchable. Honestly, I don't give a fuck who you is. I think almost anybody is touchable, dog. And if somebody wants you bad enough, Russia appreciate that, man, yo. And they proud people too, because their history ain't broken like a lot of other, you know what I'm saying? It was the Soviet Union and the block of all them Soviet nations, but like Russia still been there. And they're proud people with a long history. And they don't really fuck with the West like that. And they just like not a private nation, but a proud. They just, every nation is proud people. Like China, they're very proud people. They got a 2,000, 3,000 year old history that they can account for and know they shit. They proud as hell. We've been here for a long time doing this shit. Y'all, the West, y'all kind of new to this shit. You know what I'm saying? Especially America. Once again, you ain't been here for 300 years yet. And y'all just some big ass bullies. Our history go way further back than that shit, bro. And people want to protect that shit and remain who they are. And I love and respect that shit about every fucking proud nation like that. All the Asian nations, the Indian nations, and because these Asia, India, the African nations, these shits are old as fuck, yo. The European nations, some of them are kind of, got a little age to it. Italy, France, but like the real Western nations that are built up now, like Canada, fucking the US, man, these shit's young as hell. The EU and all that shit, man, these shit's young as fuck, yo. You wanna bully these older nations? That's it. Russia been here for a long ass time. Them motherfuckers ain't with the shits, man. All these motherfuckers, they done lived through eras of dynasties and kingships before this government shit and this goddamn parliament and houses and all this shit ever came along, man. These motherfuckers remember different days that America ain't never had. And I can respect all that shit. And at the same time, that's y'all fucking business. Y'all handle that shit. Handle that shit amongst yourselves, bro. We ain't got shit to do with it, dog. Honestly, we don't got shit to do with it. And I respect y'all for loving y'all culture and want to protect that shit. Please protect that shit because it's beautiful. Everybody different, man. Y'all history beautiful as hell. Just like everybody else's history. It's beautiful, man. We all here right now. But how the fuck we get here? That shit crazy, bro. Protect all that shit. And if a motherfucker want to try to westernize your shit and change you and all that shit, resist that shit, dog. Fight back. Everybody don't got to be the same. Even if we globalize and we work together and we share resources and knowledge and skills and recipes and all that shit, still maintain your shit and be yourself. Be a Russian, be a Chinese, be an American, be a Guyanese, be a fucking Norwegian. Everybody just still be themselves. Historically, we still have nations still, and people still have like love for their nations. Historically, we're still here, but it seems like in the past 100 years, like this globalization thing is really trying to make everybody like America and Europe, and everybody don't want to be like America and Europe because the Western nations have dominated since fucking once again since World War II, man. Like we just been trying to bully people to be more and more like us, where our democracy is doing absolutely fine, and you should copy the way that we run. No, everybody don't have to copy the way we do shit. And so historically, it's been that way. And so let's not change it. Historically, people like their nationalism historically. And now like it's like nationalism is a bad thing. It's not. nationalism, I don't see that as a bad thing. Shit. Once again, I love being American. I can't even lie. I can't even lie. You know, this ain't Dubai or whatever that super high tech city in China, whatever. But hey, America, I take a dookie in clean water. I really think about shit like that. You know, motherfuckers can go dumpster diving in this country. People can go dumpster diving and find all kind of good shit that's thrown away in the trash, just thrown away. In America, we take good shit of value that's useful and throw it away, and then go take a dookie in some clean water. That's privilege. If I ain't never seen privilege anywhere else, that's goddamn privilege right there. That's a privileged ass nation. And joins the Star Trek Federation. I don't know, man. And that's the thing. Like, it's gone too far. It got too fat. So this administration is doing what? What is this administration doing? It's telling the nation itself, the people of the nation, hey, everybody, we've gone too far. We've gotten way too fat. We need to change it now. Will this one administration be the end all be all? No. But we need to get on a correction course now. We need to start correcting this shit immediately. Immediately. So that for the next 50, 100 years, if we're going in the right trajectory, we can be prosperous for another century before we implode like fucking Rome did. But even Rome had what, over 1,000 year run? You know what I'm saying? They did that shit for a minute. Once again, we ain't even touched 300 years yet. And you know what I'm saying? We grow so fast, getting too big for the britches. You know what I'm saying? We need 700 more years. We got to make 700 more years out this bitch as a cohesive nation to even say we doing anything. Because once again, China done been here for a couple thousand years, man. Japan, all the India, they should go back way far. You want to look at Egypt and all these motherfuckers, and some of them may not be as developed as we are, but they've been here for a long time. And so if America wants to have some kind of real historical dynasty like that, we got to get our shit together if we want to last as a nation for another 600, 700 years, 800 years into the future. We need to do something different now, immediately, now. And the founding fathers said every 200 years we need to switch that shit up, and we overdue. We almost had 300, so we should have been switched that shit up a minute ago. Every 200 years, the motherfucking shit started getting ingrained, and the swamp started bubbling up again. Nope, chop it down, reset. This is the reset. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. but I don't know anything. I mean, Trump has a very, very colorful life. And this is what I say. You can go on Netflix and watch this show called I'm a Murderer or something like that. And I know a person on there. I used to work with this person. Actually shared a peace pipe with this person. And they went out and killed somebody in a heinous way and tried to hide the body and everything. Am I bad because I've associated with this person? I even share a peace pipe with this person. So does that make me a bad person? And I associate with this person for months on end and sat down and had lunch together and laughed and joked. So now I'm a bad person? When you walk in a whatever lifestyle, you just meet people. So being associated with someone or just being in the same, circle as individuals is two different things. That's two different things. Just because of the nature of my business or the nature of my status in my family or the nature of whatever, I'll be in certain groups. Yeah, this is true. And that's why you see after the first time this dude ran for president, nobody don't want to fuck with him at all. And now he's a racist because before then, him and Oprah Winfrey were really good friends. Really good friends. Oprah Winfrey used to come to his house in Florida and chill and hang out, and but now he's racist. And then, he met Jeffrey Epstein at a party once and thought the guy was weird and told him that, yo, don't come around me no more. But then, Bill Clinton is logged on his flight plan 26 times. But Trump ain't logged on his flight plans ever. Not once. Just because they were seen at a party together one time. But he don't hang around these motherfuckers. Yeah. But at the same time, being a rich ass motherfucker from New York and a business developer and contractor, you just meet people. You're gonna always be around people, whether it's rappers or actors or because he had a TV show, he's been in commercials, so he's been around the Hollywood elite, he's been around the financial elite, the tech icons. He's just all in all these different circles because of how he make his money. I mean, oh, that's true, bro. The Tate brothers. Andrew's a bit wild. I can't even lie, yo. Andrew's a bit wild. America needs a fresh coat of paint. That's what we trying to do, man. we trying to freshen up this shit, man. Well, we need more than a fresh coat of paint. I think there's like some mold in the sheetrock. There's some mold in the sheetrock, man. That black mold. That's that lung shit they gonna get you. Oh, we gotta take some of this down. We got take some of the sheetrock down, break the whole wall down. Oh, now I see all the damage in here. Let's get rid of that. We're gonna have to re-insulate, rebuild. Matter of fact, I like this open format playing now. Let's not put a wall back here. Let's not put this wall back. Let's break this shit down and keep it down for a little minute. I like how this looks. I can see shit a little bit easier. Fuck a fresh coat of paint. Let's restructure this shit a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Cause they some toxicity up in here that paint that shit ain't gonna be enough, man. You know, the painting that shit ain't gonna be enough. We need some real renovation. You know what I'm saying? All the DEI shit, the Democrats, when they was in they the whole 4 times, the whole 4 years, like especially when when Biden put the little black girl up there, the little black gay lesbian chick for his press secretary, and that's like how they introduce her. The first gay African American, like they're always so supportive of that shit. But now we got like Kash Patel, who's the first Indian director of the first person of color ever, the first non-white man to ever head the FBI. Why ain't y'all celebrating that shit? Diversity, equity, inclusion. You know, Camilla Harris, y'all was all over that shit. The Indian, she African American, she checked every box. Y'all want to check, cause she can be both of them. But Kash Patel, he get up in there making history, and everybody like crickets. You just hear crickets. Nobody not celebrating that shit. That's weird. I find that weird. I don't know, man. He said, I saw pictures. I saw pictures too. I saw pictures of the paintings that Epstein had. He had a painting of Bush, and he had a painting of Clinton. He ain't got no paintings of Trump. Think about that. Why you got a painting of these motherfuckers? What these motherfuckers was doing? Why you got paintings of these motherfuckers wearing dresses and knocking down block buildings? Come on now. We don't got no paintings of Donald Trump though. Mysterious. Mysterious. Ooh, that shit is weird, man. That shit is super, super weird. You paid them to look, do that to make them look bad. Damn. But laughing, have you ever seen those paintings before? They are the weirdest things ever. They are, both of them are the weirdest things. Like, why would you have George Bush sitting Indian style like a little fucking kid with a paper airplane in his hand? And two block towers, and one of them is knocked over. Like, what is this, bro? What are you trying to tell us, man? What is that? Very, very, very unsettling image. Who painted that shit? You know, Bush was a pretty good artist. Did you paint that shit yourself, bro? Was that your idea and you gifted that shit to him? What's going on here, man? And you got Clinton in a dress, a blue dress, blue. Why that color blue keep popping up? Why that color blue always be popping up, man? You know what I'm saying? Just hey, I'm just saying. Shit is awkward. I would say coincidental, but we know ain't no such thing as a coincidence. You know, we don't believe in coincidences. Cause the math just ain't mathing. Yeah, Bush doesn't mean portrait now. That motherfucker got some skills, bro. I can't even take it from him. I can't even take that from him, dog. Bush pretty good with the brush. That shit, when I saw his shit, I was extremely surprised. Wait a minute. President Bush, wait a minute. George Bush Jr. painted this. He did. That's pretty good. Yo, you gotta give it to him. Like, yo, that's actually pretty good. Oh, all right, Bush. I see you, bro. You goddamn. Why you ain't been an artist? He's not bad. You know, I gotta give it to him. He get, do a pretty mean portrait there, buddy. Okay. Did you paint that picture yourself with the plane, with the paper plane? You ain't no, you ain't do that. Oh, who did that? Who did that? You ain't paint that. I don't know. I don't know. And then 9/11 was an inside job. Look at that painting and think about it's just like what are you trying to tell me here? What are you telling me here, bro? What is this? Why are you holding the fucking plane? I'm just saying. I'm just that's a real thing. That's not made up. That's not CGI. That's not Photoshop. That's a real fucking thing. That's a real painting in existence that somebody either took direction from to paint or came up with that shit themselves. But like you say, that's a little dark. That's a little sinister on the sinister side. That's it'll make you think. Because when I say 9/11 was an inside job, even that little piece of art will make you, hmm. Wasn't he the president at the time when the shit? Why would anybody at all ever conceive to create that image, that specific image? Why would anybody ever think to do that? Hmm. Why would it be in that man's collection? Hmm. It blows my mind. But I'm a conspiracy theorist, so don't believe anything I say in this stream. It's for entertainment purposes only. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But I've been able to see through the veil for a long time. I've been seeing through the shit for a long time. They've been little teeny cracks, and you can kind of see through it. The people in there right now, they really taking the cracks and trying to open it wide enough for everybody to see through it. Everybody, look what's going on. Hey, come look. You see that? You see that right there? That's what they doing. And people just really like Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad. He the Antichrist. I get it. Nobody ain't perfect, man. Ain't nobody perfect. Ain't nobody perfect. I honestly feel like he's not as bad as we think he is. I just don't think he's that guy that people really assume him to be. I don't think that's. I think once again, I've said this a lot of times. I think he's a rich white dude from New York. How else do you want this man to act? He didn't have to make his money. He didn't. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He's always known money since a kid. He don't know no other way to act. A rich white dude from New York. He acts like a rich white dude from New York, and now he's old. He's old, and he's had money his whole life, and he had a couple of setbacks and always bounced back from that shit. You know what kind of mentality that gives a man? And now that you're old, so he's a rich old white dude from New York now. How do you want this man to act? I can't wait till I get old. I could be poor and old. I just want to live long enough to be an old man. So I can be like, you know what? Fuck you. Get the fuck out of my house. And I don't have to feel bad about that shit. I don't know how people expect this man's personality to be. I don't know how you expect his personality to be, yo. He's not a politician. He's a polished turd. He's a polished turd. He's a real estate guy who's been on TV and did a reality TV show. He's a polished turd. But he's honest about who he is. He doesn't fake for anybody. And the thing is, I think no matter how many shortcomings we can point at him, I think he does genuinely love the country that he was born in. I think he genuinely loves this country and he wants what's best for this country. And by default, I live here, so I'm winning too. Like he's a polished turd, but that's what we need sometimes. Sometimes the shit gotta hit the fan. This is it. This is the shit hitting the fan. It's not gonna be pretty. This whole interaction with Zelensky, like I keep pausing it because to me it is so fucking cringy. It really like scratches my nerves to watch this interaction, and I physically feel disturbed watching this interaction. Physically, it's just like it's like makes my teeth hurt a little bit. I mean, but it is what it is. That's who he is. A fucking polished turd, old rich motherfucker from New York. That's what we got as a president. But he know they fucking game and he not playing that shit. He love his fucking country because his kids got to live here, his grandkids got to live here, and his family has a dynasty and he needs that shit to continue. And he needs his family to understand they got to stand tough and stand strong and keep the fucking Trump name going into the future here in America. He wants this to be the best place ever. Because even when he's not here no more, his family is still going to be here. You don't think that man really loves his fucking country and really wants this country to be prosperous into the future? Motherfucker trying to protect the legacy here. No matter how the media and everybody trying to play that shit out. And then at the end, what does fucking Biden do? Pardon his whole family, pardon all these motherfuckers. That shit not suspicious to y'all? He preemptively pardoned Fauci and all these other people, his son, all this shit. Why? But then Trump comes out and make this black lady his pardon czar, who was in jail for 22 years and wrongfully in prison. But he racist now. He racist, sexist, homophobic, all that shit. But he gets this lady out of jail from 22 years and makes this black woman the lady who's going to oversee all the pardons for shit like that. But he's a racist ass bigot. I get it. I understand. Because when he do shit like that, it's only because he's trying to save face or he's playing a role. Camilla Harris called Biden racist. She said that he's racist and then was his VP. Somebody gonna have to make it make sense one day. That part right there. One day, somebody is gonna at least have to make that part make sense to me. How can you call him racist and then let him be your boss? And then for 4 years say you got the best boss in the world, he's doing the best job in the world. I thought you said he was racist. I ain't trying to, you know what I'm saying? I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm a team Trump supporter. I like what all of them are doing. There's a bunch of weird personalities in there, a bunch of unorthodox individuals who don't have a lot of government experience. And once again, that's probably what we need, man. Because apparently, whatever we've been doing for the last 60 years, that shit ain't been working. Whatever we've been doing ain't been working, and we've been on a very, very, very gradual decline. As a society, as a nation, as a global influencer, we've been on the decline, a steady decline for a while. And in my adult lifetime, I noticed it in 2008 with the banker bailout. And that was another pivotal moment in my life where I looked at our government. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? What the fuck are you guys really doing with our money? And wait a minute, you're going to give the banks, because they fucked up, we're going to bail the banks down? What the fuck is this? And we've never really recovered since then. And that shit fucked up my livelihood personally because of some governmental actions. You know who did that shit? Obama. I'm like, nigga, no, don't do that. They're too big to fail. Man, fuck that. Man, look, housing market crash, banker bailout, biggest scandal in the fucking world. Nobody gave a shit about that shit. More insurgent troops to the fucking Afghan war. Nobody gave a fuck about that shit. Shit gotta change, man, somehow. Don't shoot the messenger, man. Like I said, ain't nobody perfect. I'm just happy that somebody is openly admitting like shit is fucked up. And please take a look at this, and please take a look at that. Oh, and don't forget to take a look at this. It ain't gonna be pretty. I think it's necessary. That shit ain't gonna be pretty, but it's definitely, I think this is the right time in history where we gotta shake it up real fast and real quick, because like I say the slope's so slippery, and we got this new technology coming in right now. The world changing real fast, so we got to get a grip back on common sense. That's what we're trying to do. Let's think logically. Let's think logically about this shit. Let's use some common sense and try to get us back on track. China, Russia, let's decrease our military by, half, nigga, half. Let's cut it back by half. We don't need to be spending all this money worrying about if we're gonna blow each other up, because we all should be worrying about how to use this new technology and prosper our countries. Russia didn't come up and say that. China didn't come out and say that. The dude from America came out and said, hey, I just had an idea. What if we cut our military budgets in half, everybody? And see, because we got enough weapons to blow us up 10 times over. We don't need this shit right now. If that's not common sense thinking, I don't know what is. If that's not common sense, I don't know what else you would call common sense thinking. Men, however you feel about your body or your sexuality, that's fine. You can't play in women's sports. You can do whatever you still want to get married. You want to surgeries, fine, whatever. You can't play in women's sports though, because girls need their own. That's why we got the WNBA and all the women's leagues, because because they're girls and they should have their own. The girls should have their own sports. So guys, don't play in the women's sports. I mean, to me, that sounds like common sense. If nothing else does, I mean, that sounds like common sense. Hey, USAID, don't spend all the tax money funding frivolous programs in other countries when we got a homeless issue here in the United States. I mean, a lot of this shit, most of it, I don't agree with everything these motherfuckers trying to do, but most of it sounds like common sense. That shit just sound like common sense. I like that because I ain't fucking smart, bro. I'm not that fucking smart. And so break it down really simple to me. Break it down to the most simplest elements. And so I can kind of grasp like the broader concept of this thing. Overall, is this going to make America save money? Yes. Is saving money better for all Americans? Yes. Okay, let's do that then. Whatever that process is, let's do that. We can save money for everybody, for all of us. The rabbit hole falling. She's how we're going to stop challenging. It gives haters to work for you. Invisible Dimensions. Did you ever see the episode of Ancient Aliens that shows Trump being asked if he knows any truths about extraterrestrials? Your Earth, maybe you're being prepped for disclosure. Big changes. I'm from not MAGA. Make America sane again. I never seen, and I've watched a lot of Ancient Aliens. I love that show. I ain't never seen Trump on that. Like I say, man, he's a celebrity. Motherfucker's been on all kind of shit, man. I wouldn't doubt it, yo, that he's been on there. Now there's a bunch of weird shit going on, man, too, with the administration that I definitely don't like, yo. It's a bunch of other weird shit. And it's just like, I don't know about that. Like cutting so much Medicaid, Medicare, all that shit. You know who's on that shit a lot? A lot of MAGA motherfuckers. A lot of MAGA people actually use those services. So finding a waste and all of it, but like completely ending that shit, I don't know about all that. Like I say, my main thing too is this whole Gaza thing. Like I see you trying to get the Ukraine thing settled, but like whatever you saying about what you trying to do with Gaza, that shit don't sound right. Honestly, I don't like how that shit sound at all. Man, we already knew like this gravel was gonna be a little touch and go over here. I really wanna try to use my knife a little bit when I get a little closer, but like some of this background, I don't know, I think brushing it maybe easier, or at least brushing the background a whole more details for right now, because that knife is kind of hard to control on little spots like this. I don't want to lose like too much dark space in between. Let me take a bathroom break real quick, guys. Oh my God.
It's my thing. If you tap into a stream, you see just what I mean. When I'm on your TV, don't mind me, it's my team on. Trap House Entertainment.
My bad, guys. I say, man, I ain't even touched nothing. I just left out the room and that shit broke connection. That's wild.
You dictate what we're gonna feel.
Now, clearly, President Trump's rhetoric and tone when it comes to Zelensky has changed. This just happened recently within the last month. Before January of this year, you never heard him actually talking like that about Zelensky. So the question is, why? Well, because again, you're not going to find a deal with Putin if you're cuddling up with Zelensky. I mean, that's just the bottom line. And Democrats don't want to admit that. Okay. They want to keep doing what they've been doing, which hasn't led to any results except more money out the door, right? And more lives being killed. So they're going to criticize Trump for the way he's approaching this. But the problem is they have no leg to stand on because no progress was made in the way that they were doing.
Have you said thank you once this
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
have you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can.
not speaking loudly. He's not
Yeah.
speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute, no,
Can
you've
I-
done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not
I
winning.
know.
You're not winning this.
I-
You have a damn good chance of
we are
coming out
staying-
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
allowed.
cabinet.
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
allowed.
in this
We
cabinet.
gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid president, $350 billion.
You
We
voted
gave
for
you
your president.
military equipment.
You
And you
voted
men
for
are brave, but they had to use our military.
What about West?
If you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me.
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to.
didn't have
That's
our,
what I'm saying. Oh my fucking God, bro. Oh my God. Stop, nigga. Stop. God damn. Shit. Stop, dude. Stop. Oh, bro. I can't even take. I can't. Why is you yelling? Why is y'all doing this? Why is y'all doing it like that? Why is y'all doing it like that? Why is you and Vance like jumping this nigga? Why is Vance even in there? What is going on? Why is both of y'all trying to talk to him? This nigga first language not English. Let him. Anyway. God damn, that shit just look bad. That shit look dumb as fuck, yo. What is y'all doing? Why is they doing it like that? It's still glitching. Is it still glitching for everybody? Hit the refresh button. Ox, hit the refresh button. Fuck, bro. That's why I say I gotta get that in like little snippets because I can't take that whole shit at once, yo. First of all, for me, honestly, I ain't gonna lie. It's kind of hard for me to listen to Trump, yo. He's just, you know. Sometimes he funny. Sometimes he can be funny as fuck, but it's like in little bits and pieces, man. Just to listen to him for a whole. It's hard, man. It's hard, bro. You know, because I'm the greatest always. It's like Trump. Oh fuck. But this is tough to even listen to here. Why are you guys just? Did y'all set this up as an attack? Where you just gonna like punk the shit out this nigga? Like, why? Both of y'all. Why is y'all like punking the shit out this dude, yo? And then as soon as he gets out the limousine, as soon as he gets there, Trump says something about his clothes. Yo, Trump's tall as hell over this little nigga. He's like, look how he's dressed. He's dressed in his finest. And he just has on like some black pants and a black shirt. He's like, look at this dude. And coming in the fucking White House dressed like this. Anyway. Then now him and Vance are just like, yeah, shut up, little boy. Shut up. And it's just like, guys. Guys, okay. It's not what we here for. And then apparently, like, it got so bad that he kicked him out. Like, come on, man. Oh, I just know so this happened yesterday. So I know like MSNBC and CBS, all these motherfuckers just eating that shit up today, yo. They love it. Ooh, Lord. I know they loving that shit today. Lord have mercy. Now, this was yesterday or the day before. Anyway, I gotta check all news sources just to see how everybody's reporting on this. Like, because this is I don't think a major turn of events, but this is something that sparked something. I don't know what that something is, but that sparked the citizens of Ukraine, the people of Ukraine. Did y'all see that, right? Ukraine. You remember how Facebook had a badge for your flag? I don't think they're gonna pop up this week. And with prayers for Ukraine, I don't think y'all gonna get one this time. I'm just saying. Y'all need to think real hard about whatever your next move is gonna be. When y'all next election coming up, y'all want this motherfucker to stay president? Y'all gonna keep Zelensky? Y'all need to think. Y'all need whatever, man. Y'all need to. I hope y'all saw that. Cause I can't hardly get through it. And I'm already thinking all kind of wild shit. I don't even know how this shit really end. Well, I do know. He got kicked out. So that's something to think about, Ukraine. I'm just saying. Y'all gonna have to strategize something new. It's idiocracy, bro. Like, why? Really, Omizu? I don't know. I think that's what but they was talking about some kind of mineral deposit deals, and then people are saying, yo, Ukraine ain't got no fucking minerals to give us back, not in the tune of that much money. Because and Trump was saying, yo, we done sent twice. Ukraine is in fucking Europe. Europe is only giving half of the money support that we've given. Like, yo, we give these motherfuckers so much money with no promise on return. Where all the money that the other European nations gave, like, yo, this is a loan. We loaning y'all this money, Ukraine, and Ukraine got to pay that shit back. But we ain't had no deal to get any of to recoup none of that money back from these motherfuckers, yo. All them billions. And so, yeah, I think it was supposed to be like some mineral. You got to sign some mineral rights. But people were saying, man, the motherfuckers ain't really got no goddamn minerals. This is just something to say that, just a way to say, y'all motherfuckers owe us something. We're going to say minerals right now, but maybe in the future, we're going to have to rearrange it or change it because y'all ain't really got shit. But you got to put it in writing. Y'all owe us something. and I don't know, handing him. I think Trump gonna say. I think Trump is gonna say, Putin, you already had it. You already drafted up a deal. What was that? What was that original deal you drafted? Let me see that. Do you still want to run with that? Ukraine. This was the original deal that they offer y'all motherfuckers. It's not a bad deal. Now is he gonna hand all of Ukraine over on the civil? I don't think Putin requested that to start with. I think there were certain regions that he said, yo, we already occupy these regions now. Y'all fucking up. We occupy the shit. We not giving that shit back. But that's not all of Ukraine. I think whatever occupied regions, I think Trump should say, let me look at that original deal. Let me see that shit. Before, they blew your pipeline up and all that shit. Let me see that. And then Putin might say, that ain't the deal no more. Yesterday's prices ain't today's prices. Yesterday's prices ain't today's prices. And then Trump will say, okay. Then what's the fucking deal then? What is it? And he might alter it a little bit. But honestly, I don't think Putin is like this expansionist. This motherfucker has been in control for all this time. And he hasn't tried to expand Russia. That's what I don't understand. Like, why are people like recently saying he's just trying to take over all of Europe and all this shit? He would have been on that course of action 10 years ago. But in the past several decades, this motherfucker is one of the main energy suppliers to some of the European nations. Y'all get your energy from where? Russia. Wait a minute. Y'all don't like Russia, but you're energy dependent on Russia. That's strange bedfellows. That's strange bedfellows right there. Who set this up? Who idea was this? Bring that motherfucker here. Let me talk to this man. Why do you think that was a good idea? Huh? Why do you think that's a good idea to be energy dependent on your enemy? That ain't. Is that your enemy? Once again, man, I'm very, very shallow when it comes to global politics. I try to be up on it as much as I can and be aware of the broader concepts. I don't know the deep history or the very subtle nuances. But some of this shit makes sense and some of it don't. That's all I can say. With the information that I have been presented and have access to, some of this shit makes sense and some of it don't. Us continuing to fund Ukraine to fight Russia, that don't make sense to me. It just don't. It don't make sense. Is it Russia's fault? Maybe. Is it Ukraine's fault? Maybe. Is it NATO's fault? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know who should get all the blame or most of the blame or some of the blame, or the bigger picture is war and lives lost. Okay. And I always have to look at this as an American, right? So I live in America. There's a war against Ukraine and Russia. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that. Y'all motherfuckers way the fuck over there. I don't need to deal with that shit. Help us. No, thank you. We need help. Nah. I'm sorry, please. But hey, man, it seemed like y'all set that shit up for failure. Y'all got strange bedfellows, and then the fallout come, and then y'all like hell, like y'all ain't expect none of this shit. Y'all ain't. No. We not about to keep falling for these same. We not about to keep falling for this same rouge. Not the same rouge all over again. Trying to topple democracies and implant fucking puppet government. We not. We already seen this enough times. We already know. We know how this plays out. You know, we not. We don't want to do this no more. Can we stop it now? Stop what? The war? Please, can we just stop the war? Well, you don't want them to win. I don't give a fuck about winning. I don't really give a fuck about winning. I give a fuck about this ain't neither one of these countries ain't the country I live in, and somehow we sending y'all all our money. That's the part I give a fuck about. That's the part I give a fuck about. I don't live in either one of these countries. I don't live there, but you getting all my goddamn money. I don't like that. Can we stop that part? That's the hey. I don't give a damn about nothing else. Win, lose, draw. If your feelings hurt, if they feelings hurt, if you think I side with this motherfucker, if you think I side with that motherfucker, I don't give a fuck about none of that. Is the war over? Are we not sending money over there anymore? Okay, when the last time we sent money over there? Years ago. Okay, good. I want to get to that point where it's been years since we've had to send y'all motherfuckers money, and y'all finding some way to pay us back. Let's get to that point. I don't give a damn about none of a means to an end. That's what I'm trying to get to, the end point. Can we get to the end of this? What's the end point? The end point is the war is over and we stop sending money. Okay, let's do that. Well, Ukraine ain't gonna like the fucking deal. That's their problem. There was other deals that they liked better, but they didn't accept it. So that's on them. Y'all have missed so many opportunities, man. That's on y'all playing around with these globalists, trying to play these fucking war games and shit like this goddamn civilization in real life. We ain't doing this shit no more, man. This ain't no game. It's real shit, man. Let's stop this war in Russia, China. Let's decrease our military because we're not about to keep on doing this for another 150 years, man. This shit is whack, nigga. This shit is whack. And everybody know it's whack. So let's stop. And chat with Trump. Hey man, I ain't want to talk to that motherfucker. I'm gonna tell him, you annoying. You cool sometimes. Most time you annoying as fuck, bro. Nigga, he's annoying. Sometimes he can be super annoying. You got some good ideas, man. But I think the best thing you have done is surround yourself by some smart younger people this time. You know, once again, JD Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, goddamn Cash Patel, RFK Jr. Like you got a good team. I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm a team Trump supporter. I like the team. And everybody and even before this whole goddamn dark MAGA thing, I don't own no Tesla because I'm too poor. But I have always been a super fan of Elon Musk. Always have. Ever since I realized like what he's doing, I'm like, yo, this dude is fucking amazing. I think Elon Musk is our Nikola Tesla who actually has the fucking money. If Nikola Tesla had money, if Nikola Tesla had money, the world would be so fucking different right now. The world would be so fucking different if Nikola Tesla had money. Bro, could you imagine? That should be an alternate reality that somebody should create. What if Nikola Tesla had money and all of his projects got funded? Our Nikola Tesla actually has fucking money and funding. That's fucking wild as shit, yeah. I think that's the wildest fucking thing that we are witnessing. This guy single-handedly change society. Like all of his inventions are his ideas towards new innovations have like reshaped us a little bit. Once again, PayPal was one of the first internet pay service things, like the pay apps. Now you have like Cash App and Venmo and Zelle and everything else, but PayPal like kind of paved the way for that, and like like the blockchain and all that shit. That motherfucker came up with that shit. That's ingenious. That's ingenious. That's an ingenious idea. To think of a new creative way to share money. We can just use like these applications now that you connect it to your bank account, and it's a secure network, and you can just send people money on PayPal. It's like, wow, you can even pay for shit with that shit. I'm like, interesting. Very, very, very ingenious thing. Electric cars have been around since the fucking turn of the century. We've always had ideas on electric battery powered cars. It's been here for a long time. He actually made it where it's mass produced now. And he's like, no, my car company will only be electric vehicles. And everybody's like, what? Nobody wants that. And somehow he made the electric car cool and gave it the name Tesla. And now every automotive maker, I don't give a fuck what country you're in, every automotive maker has to have at least an electric vehicle option in their lineup of vehicles. And more and more we're shifting towards EVs or hybrids. But now you have to offer at least one option in your whole lineup. And I think Tesla made it popular, so popular that other automotive makers had to keep up. Single-handedly changing the automotive industry as a whole. He's like, no, now is the time for electric vehicles. And everybody else was like, okay, yeah, he's right. We have to we have to get on board. Why? Because look at what Tesla's doing. He said, I'm gonna try to redesign a rocket. He's like, why? I want to go to Mars. We can't go to Mars like using this fucking dumbass 1969 technology from fucking NASA that doesn't seem to work. He's like, let's do rockets different. And now, how many other independent space programs are out there? Blue Origin and some other. What's the other thing? Like now, everybody's trying to copy SpaceX. He's our Nikola Tesla, yo. Now, is he still doing all the fucking hard coding and script writing and all this shit like he did for PayPal? Well, probably not. But is he still like the lead idea man? He definitely is. And so once again, no matter how you want to look at his character or anything, like his accomplishments are out of this fucking world. And to have someone like that assisting in our government, I think that's the fucking coolest thing ever. I really think I think that's pretty badass. I really do. but Tesla actually knew shit. Yeah, Tesla did know stuff. Once again, Musk is a hardcore coder. Like he's a computer programmer. Like that's how he built the PayPal network. So he's not like it's not like he doesn't know stuff. And I think he actually did some of the hard coding for Neuralink, the brain interface. Like he helped code some of the early stuff for that himself, like hard coding before. This is before the LLMs and all these other coding bots came out. Like he was hands on. So is he good with math and computers and stuff? Like Tesla was like on a Nikola Tesla was more like earth science, I guess. I guess this motherfucker understood the earth like the ancients understood the earth. Like somehow ancient cultures just knew how to get the energy from the earth, from the ley lines or dragon points or whatever you want to call these shits. Like they knew something like the earth is energetic itself. And if you can tap into that, like there's infinite energy that you can get literally from it's not from nothing, but it would see it appears that the energy is coming from nothing. But the earth is a generator of energy. And I think Tesla understood a science on that level that the earth has certain frequencies and harmonics that we can't see or feel most of the time, but we can definitely tap into and utilize as a source of energy. More so working with frequencies and magnetic fields. Now Elon Musk, once again, his I think what makes him a powerhouse is his business savvy too. Like the motherfucker just got bread. You know what I'm saying? Is able to spend a dollar. Mhm. So I think that once again it gives him that same level of ingenuity where he has really really great ideas, even though they're just based in the hard sciences of computer codes, binary coding, and all that shit. But he also has that extra layer of being like an entrepreneur and able to understand and manipulate the markets, understand trends and branding, and that's why to this day you still don't see a Tesla commercial. And in that way, Teslas are still luxury vehicles because you don't see Lamborghini commercials and you don't see like Rolls Royce commercials. Like some vehicles, they don't advertise the vehicle. They don't need to. If you're gonna go buy a Bugatti, you're gonna go buy a Bugatti. Bugatti doesn't have to sell you their product through advertisements and commercials. They just don't. And Tesla doesn't. I think they're said they're gonna start making some advertisements now, but in the beginning, like he didn't even advertise his cars, yo. There's no commercials for Teslas because it's a luxury item, and he understands marketing and branding in that way. Very very smart concept. And somebody's like, oh, it's weird. It's weird. He doesn't even have commercials for his cars. No, it's not. Once again, you don't see a Lamborghini commercial neither, motherfucker. Lamborghini doesn't have to fucking. You don't see Bentley commercials. So by him having like that computer background and that computer science background, plus being business savvy, that shit makes him a powerhouse, yo. Like he's different in that way. And now this motherfucker ain't even 60 years old yet, and look what he's accomplished. Look what he has. All the businesses that, once again, took help from hundreds and thousands of other people to help build all these businesses, but it was so much his idea that his name is on all that shit now. Even took over, and we still call it Twitter. I think that's a little bit disrespect sometimes. It's just like it's niggas called X now. But even social media platforms is like this motherfucker don't stop. He just hey, it was like he got everything. He got everything. And it's all working well. Everything is just like working well. He has very good products. And he took Twitter from whatever he said. He broke the staff down in half. In half. And when the takeover came and he started laying off and firing everybody, it's like, oh my god, da 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 da. It's like, no, this is his overinflated. Half of you motherfuckers work from home maybe 2-3 hours a week and then say you're working 37 hours and you're not. You guys are not working and you're not doing shit. You're getting paid to do nothing and you know it. So let's stop. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to find a different job. But it's not taking 187 people to run this company right now. No. It's not. It doesn't. And he broke the staff down to like 80 people or 80 something people, and it's still running just fine. Still running just fine. He's like, nah, got to get rid of all this overhead, all these extra people in here for no fucking reason. You're here for no reason, and you know it. And you know. Come on, bro. You know you're not doing no work. You know you're not doing no work. I'm sorry. I know this is your livelihood, but I'm sorry. You're a redundancy, and I gotta let you go because whatever your title, you don't produce anything of value for the company. You're a sponge, and you're soaking up fucking hours, and you get paid to you do what? You post a headline twice a week. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry. You gotta go. And now he's coming into the government saying the same thing, like, "Yo, look at all these redundancies in here. Y'all got to show me something different." Okay, everybody, y'all need to tell me 5 things y'all did last week. I still can't get over that one. I still can't get over that shit. Hey, y'all tell me 5 things y'all did last week. Now that's rough. That's rough. Yo, peace, LG. Edison than a Tesla. Yeah. Edison took more ideas. Edison took all Tesla ideas and then try to shut Tesla down and blackball him and say his science is dangerous when he knew that Tesla science was good. When Tesla wanted this shit to be open source and free for everybody, just like Elon Musk, when the new AI shit, he wanted that shit to be open source and free for everybody. You know? Edison was about that bread though. Edison ain't give a fuck, man. Show me the money. He said, "You trying to do what? free electricity. Free electricity, my ass. Nah, we about to make a killing, nigga. This is. I could put lights in your house, bro. You gotta pay me for that. A lot. This motherfucker talking about free electricity. No. What you talking about? The harmonic resonance of the earth frequency generate. Man, look, get that shit out of here, man. Get that shit. His alternating current, that shit kill people, man. Look, that shit electrocute you, bro. Don't use that shit, man. Don't use that. He talking about free energy, man. Look, pay me for safety. Pay me for safety and get this energy I got over here like this, bro. Watch how I light your house up, man. Light bulbs. A what? It's a light bulb. Like a bulb of a plant, but this one, it's like a bulb, but it makes light in it. A light bulb. Really? Check it out. Watch. Give me your money. Give me your money. You want light in your house? Light bulbs. But Tesla say he can do it for free. Man, that shit gonna burn your house down. I promise you, God, on everything. If you use this shit, it'll burn your house down. I promise you. You can't trust Tesla technology, man. He don't know what he's doing. Yo, Tesla, I'm buying all your patents. That shit mine's now. But don't trust his technology. I'm gonna buy all his patents though. But don't trust it. All right. I might try to get another little chunk of this presidential shit in here real quick. This shit is so. That shit is like nails on the chalkboard. I ain't lying.
Military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's gonna be a very hard thing to do business like this.
I tell you, just say thank you.
I said a lot of
Accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong.
Yeah. So what JD Vance is saying is spot on. I mean, why would you try to have this argument in front of the American media with the president of the United States, knowing everything America has done for Ukraine up to this point? I just find that fascinating, right? I mean, the arrogance on him is really astonishing if you think about it. We've given him everything he's asked for, and now Trump is just asking for an agreement to not only get the money back that we've given, and obviously we know they can't even find what happened to the money, but secondly, to just end this war.
We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I
think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards. You're buried there. Your people are dying. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, you're running low on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing. And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look, If you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting
Of
killed.
course, we want to stop the war.
Well, you're saying you don't want a
But I
ceasefire?
said to you,
I want a
with
ceasefire
guarantees.
because you get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
Doesn't matter
with
for
me.
you what.
That wasn't with me. That was with a guy named Biden, who was not a smart person. That was with Obama.
It was your president.
Excuse me, that was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You gotta be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards.
Okay, well, my first point is this. Getting a ceasefire deal does not mean he's surrendered to Russia, of course. In fact, what it really means is we can put a pause on the bloodshed. And again, he's skeptical of a ceasefire agreement because in 2019 it fell through. But the difference here is President Trump is involved, America is involved. And I find Trump to be frustrated that he doesn't see that. And secondly, it's even more frustrating because Zelensky's acting like he has the cards, like he can dictate stuff. And he can't. Because number one, the United States of America is funding this. And number two, Putin doesn't care about human life. He'll just keep going. So Ukraine needs to get with the program of what President Trump wants if the goal is to end this war like yesterday.
The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. Your people are very brave.
Oh my God. Bro, why are you punking this nigga on national TV? Stop, bro. Stop. God damn. I empowered you to be a tough guy. Without us, you wouldn't be. Oh, you don't need to say that. You don't need to say that out loud. Why did you even Yo, stop, bro. Why you don't need to humiliate or mock or make fun of or none of that shit. Like this nigga. A polished turd. I'm trying to tell you. I'm telling you right now. A polished turd, yo. Yo, my guy. I empowered you to be a tough guy. Yeah, what? Oh. Some of the shit he says is just so cringy. Without our help, you wouldn't be so tough. It's just the way you say shit sometimes, bro. Why you even gotta say that? What's the point? What's the point in saying that for? You're trying to punk this man now? Is that cool? I know you trying to show strength to the whole world and let every other country know you're not playing the bullshit. No, you can do that shit like. Once again, some old rich motherfucker from New York. I want him to be more diplomatic and more presidential, but that's what we got. That's him. You know? And once again, that's him. He don't switch up. Like he can hold out for so long, but when he get in that mood, it's just like you ain't got no filter. And sometimes some of the shit you say is just dumb and rude and just like uncalled for. It's just uncalled for. And it makes you hard to listen to. It makes me once again, it's like nails on the chalkboard sometimes. Like, bro, I can't listen to you just talk like that. Like, what the fuck? I ain't shaking the polished turd's hand. That shit gonna still rub off on me. You shiny, but if I touch you, I still got shit on me. I feel you, dog. Trust me. He was right in our city. He came right here, bro. And the stadium. You know, I don't live far from the stadium. I live in the city limits, and our stadium is in the city. And I swear on everything I love, yo. Somebody said, now he opened the door for me to ask. He was like, yeah, when Trump come, I got 2 tickets. But you know, I just got 2. But you know, I just want to see if somebody else want to go with me. Cause I ain't really had nobody. I just made sure I got 2 just in case somebody else want to go. And right then he opened the door to be like, yo, can I get the other ticket? I'll go with you. But I didn't ask that. And I had already did the Trump painting too. So I had the Trump painting finished. He was coming right in town. And I had somebody with an extra ticket looking for somebody to go with them. And I ain't do it. I could have probably met this man in person with the paint and everything. I ain't do that shit. I'm good. I'm good on that. That would have been some good ass publicity for him too. In PA, there's a black guy in PA who did this beautiful painting. Oh Lord, that motherfucker would have ate that shit up. They would have ate that shit up. The news would have ate that shit up, bro. Cause the one black guy in Atlanta who did the painting, yeah, but that's Atlanta. Don't get that man a free painting. No, trust me. If you give it to him, that's not free. I'm paying for all that publicity. You know how much publicity that'd be worth, bro? That'd be worth 10 times that painting, because that should have bring in so much more art. Nah, that'd be a down payment on everything else I get back. I'm gonna get him this, and then in 2 days, my inbox gonna be flooded with commissions from all kind of MAGA supporters and government people and the governor of goddamn this state and the governor of that state who are really big Trump supporters are gonna want their family portraits done. Hey, bro, it would have been some good advertising. I thought about all that shit. But I would have had to go there to meet him and shake his hand. I don't know about that. I don't know if I want to go that far with it. So you see, I be conflicted too now. I be conflicted. I'm still just trying to think what's logical. I just try to use logic and common sense, man. I just try to use logic and common sense. We got to be realistic about this thing, man. The cards already dealt. You can't go back in time. Okay. So now how we gonna play this thing out? That's the question. That's the only question now. Is how do we play this hand out? We gotta be crucial and critical. Goddamn, we got a couple of cards, you know what I'm saying? Those shits. What's the next move, America? Okay, goddamn, we just kicked this motherfucker out of the country. Told him, I made you a tough guy. I still can't get over that part. Bro, stop. Trump, yo, don't say that. You sitting so close, like your knee about to touch his knee. Y'all damn near about to touch each other. You talking about I made you a tough guy. Without me, you wouldn't be so tough. Like, you might as well just punch him in the face. You not so tough, huh? Just jump at him, just like, huh? You're like, that don't look good. That's why I ain't want to come to your rallies, man. You go, if I try to shake your hand, you do the whole grab and pull me in. Nah, I'm gonna look at your big ass like, yo, calm that shit down, man. Trying to fling me around. Mm-mm. That would have been funny. Yo, if you just fucking yo. If you would have flinched out of yo. Zelensky, don't fucking don't fucking play me, bro. Cause I will pop this. Don't come in telling me what we gonna do. How I should don't be dictating what we gonna feel. Nigga, this America, bitch. The least presidential president we've ever had, yo, ever. The least presidential president. And look, this is that right there. That's him. Look at his face, look at his finger. Look, they knees about to touch. Look how close he is. And right in that moment, he is like, I made you a tough. Look at that face and that finger. This is our president, yo. I'm the smartest. I'm so great. It's that face and that finger, yo. That's who we got. He's the best. All my businesses. You know, I made you a tough guy.
The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy.
Your problem is,
I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. I mean, your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing.
So the question is, why is he not being grateful? Well, I think it comes down to two main reasons that have happened recently. Number one, President Trump called him a dictator, so he's probably in his feelings about that. And number two, President Trump also spoke with Putin before speaking with Zelensky, and he didn't take that well either. Now, again, let's remove the emotion and understand why he had to do that. It's because he's dealing with someone who doesn't care about human life. It's the guy who is holding people hostage. He's got a gun to the hostage's head, and Trump is the negotiator. He's not going to go in there antagonizing.
Well, I normally agree with Debori 100%. You know, this guy has a really, really honest, clear view on politics. He's a Christian, God-fearing man. He's ex-military. Really just kind of just common. He's a really common sense guy. But he keeps saying Putin has no regard for life. I think Putin cares about Russians. I think Putin really, 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 really cares about the lives of Russians. Not anybody else. But you can't say he doesn't care about human life. I think Putin really, once again, just as much as Trump loves America, I think Putin loves his country just as much. and it's not just the power that that he has, but I really think he's a hardcore Russian through and through, and he fucking loves Mother Russia, and he loves the lives of Russian. And once again, he wants Russia to prosper into the future for another 1,000 years. Just like every country should still want to be here in another 1,000 years. We should all still want France to be here. We should still want Argentina to be here. We should still want fucking wherever. Tanzania. Every country should still be here. Like, we've already drawn lines enough. Enough line drawing. Just keep shit as it is. Move into the future.
The criminal here, which is Putin, he's just not going to do it. It violates common sense. But Zelensky's caught up in his feelings, of course. The establishment is definitely triggered by what Trump said. And this is why nothing has changed. So President Trump is doing this in a different way. And everyone involved in this is having a hard time accepting that reality. Now, let's listen to what Byron Donalds had to say, because Democrats are claiming this will lead to World War III. That's what Trump is doing.
See, this is what I want. I really do want to hear the other side, because this is a hard conversation. And like you said, that's what Trump is basically saying. Like, we're tired of funding this war. This is a proxy war, and you got us into this shit. Bend the fucking knee. Bend the knee, bro. Sign this fucking treaty. Is going to be good. And if you don't, then you guys are going to fight it out without our help. Then you're going to continue to fight. And we're not going to be here. Does that not make sense to you? This may not be the outcome that you want, but sorry. You've been using our money for this shit, bro. And you've lost too many lives, and this shit needs to stop. Bend the fucking knee. Bend the knee. We're out, or we're out. We're out. And you can fight this shit by your fucking self. Once again, it's just the way that he says it is just like, fuck. Yeah. All right. I think it's enough with borders and name changes for a while. There's no more, well, I mean, the British crown is the only royal, well, no, the Saudis still have royal families. There's not a lot of kingships and queenships and shit left anymore. And most things are more democratic than not. And I don't know, I think that I definitely think borders will shift in another, 100, 200 years. But borders, the how it's organized now isn't terrible. I really think Africa should restructure themselves as states, just like the United States. Instead of having these individual countries, like each country should be a nation state to Africa, the African Union, and really like have maybe North and South Africa and have a president over each, because that's a large ass fucking continent. And I couldn't imagine like one person dictating everything of that continent. So I would try to separate that shit into North and South Africa and make all the countries into states. And have it more situated like America. I think the like states are good. The way that they set up America is kind of cool. It's kind of cool. And the thing is, like, in comparison, some of our states are as big as countries. Like, most countries aren't that fucking big. They're just not. And driving across America is like driving from Europe to Italy or Spain or some shit, man. You'll drive through 10 fucking countries. in the same time you're just drive through a few states going across America. Like in Europe, you would literally be driving through several different countries the same size as fucking New Hampshire or Connecticut or fucking Iowa. Texas is larger than most other countries. California is definitely larger than most other countries. Alaska is a huge landmass that's larger than most other countries. Like America is fucking weird like that. But then like at the same time, like Africa has all these smaller countries that would just be more suited as states with governors. And I think they would have more control over the continent as a whole and more control over the continental resources as a whole. Instead of being so divided into the smaller countries, they'll have more economic power and more say so over what happens over the continent. A presidential wrestling match? Damn. That'd be a good one. Put Trump on the top rope. Now this is a very, very weird interaction. Okay, let's try to get through it. Well, they're giving CNN. This is how CNN sees it.
He's extracting this mineral deal out of Ukraine. It's immoral, it's unpatriotic, it's un-American, and it only encourages Putin to go further. So without security guarantees, get ready, Eastern Europe. You're going to be next.
I mean, he's kind of paving the road for World War III in that answer there. He said a lot. What do you think about it?
What Seth Moulton said was absolutely ridiculous. The United States has been in there to support Ukraine in this war. We spent more than $200 billion doing it. We didn't burn down the Ukrainian house. That's what the war did with Russia. All we're saying is we need to be paid back for us assisting you in maintaining as much of your country as possible. This war needs to come to an end. And furthermore, if Seth Moulton and the Democrats were doing such a bang-up job, why does it take Donald Trump to bring this conflict to a close? The reason is because nobody believed Joe Biden was strong enough to negotiate a deal between Vladimir Putin and Vladimir Zelensky. That is a fact. And nobody also felt that the Democrats were going to do anything to demonstrate that America does have a fiscal resolve and a fiscal responsibility to its citizens and to the United States first and foremost.
That's why the mineral agreement is thinking outside the box. I love that. In fact, it's a win-win. Hey, Ukraine, you want guaranteed security from the United States of America? We'll guarantee that we financially will benefit from that. Right? I mean, I think that's fair, okay? You're asking a lot when it comes to Russia. Remember, Putin doesn't care about human life. So if you're asking the United States of America to always be there for you and to defend your country against Russia, where we're going to have to allocate money and weapons, yeah, we better be getting something in return. Now, let's hear later where there's a question being asked about why Zelensky did not show up in a suit. That didn't go over very well.
Second question for President Zelensky. Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting.
I don't have
the
such.
office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe one,
Maybe something like
like yours.
this.
Yes,
That'd be
maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper. Than, yeah. Thank you.
Now, right after this meeting with Zelensky, here's what President Trump put up on Truth Social, an official statement. Quote, "We had a very meaningful meeting in the White House today. Much was learned that could never be understood without conversation under such fire."
How did Mr. Incredible put the entire insurance industry to shame in just 12 seconds?
Well,
Pressure.
I guess Zelensky feels like he's in wartime, so he has to stay in his military attire or his civilian military attire or whatever he's wearing instead of wearing. He said, "Oh, when the war's over, I wear a costume like you." A costume? I guess that you can call that, whatever in that situation, a suit, a costume, or whatever. You're like, bro, you're in the highest levels of our offices right now, nigga, and you just got some boots. Do you even own a suit? Yeah, I own a suit. Oh my god, I'm painting pebbles. What the hell, man? Painting all these pebbles. It's hard to fight a war in a suit, especially one of them monkey suits. Just the eyes always slipping down. You gotta keep the bunny suit. The ears is just, man, you know. Or that one, see that one leotard uniform that he had when he was up there gyrating his hips off fast. Now you can probably fight in that. It's like stretchy elastic, like a superhero costume almost. And I'm almost certain he can fight in that with no problem. It's 8:30. Surprised I'm not extremely hungry yet. I've been up since about 4:30. But I am drinking coffee, and I almost need another bathroom break again. Don't not make me pee like coffee. I swear to God.
Amazing what comes out through emotion, and I've determined that President Zelensky is not ready for peace if America is involved, because he feels our involvement gives him a big advantage. And I'll put up on Truth Social an official statement, quote, "We had a very meaningful meeting in the White House today. Much was learned that could never be understood without conversation under such fire and pressure. It's amazing what comes out through emotion, and I've determined that President Zelensky is not ready for peace if America is involved, because he feels our involvement gives him a big advantage in negotiations. I don't want advantage. I want peace. He disrespected the United States of America in its cherished Oval Office. He can come back when he is ready for peace." Now, Marco Rubio had this to say: "Thank you, POTUS, for standing up for America in a way that no president has ever had the courage to do before. Thank you for putting America first. America is with you." Now, let me show you this clip from Lindsey Graham. He went on to Fox News, and he also did not like what Zelensky did today, because he told Zelensky, don't take the bait from the media. Don't argue with President Trump in front of the America media. And of course, Zelensky failed. And here's what Lindsey Graham had to say.
I said, President Trump wants a ceasefire. He wants to end this war. We don't need to debate about how the war ends in the Oval Office. We need to celebrate that we've got a $500 billion deal between the United States and Ukraine that gives us a business interest fighting for, that this is a big deal. Thank President Trump for helping you extract the minerals and be your business partner that can lead to a greater partnership. Zelensky's got a chip on his shoulder. Every European leader applauds him for standing up to Trump. All I can say is a missed opportunity. Doesn't even begin to explain it. And Zelensky is either going to have to fundamentally change or go. I can't believe most Americans, after what they saw today, would want to be partners with Zelensky. Ukraine's an important ally that fought like tigers. I don't want Putin to win. I want to help Ukraine. But it's hard to help people who seem unable to realize the moment they're in. And President Trump handled it in a fashion that if I'm China, I'm Iran, I'm any would-be adversary, I'd be worried about right now. He gave a master class in how to stand up for America.
So again, the full picture here is you're coming to the White House because you have agreed to sign this rare earth mineral agreement, which is the first step for the United States of America to negotiate the end to this war. And not only do you show up underdressed for the occasion, but let's give him some grace on that. Fine, he never wears a suit. But your attitude in the Oval Office in front of the American media, particularly to Vice President J.D. Vance and President Trump, that's an utter fail on his behalf. And so we should be expecting apologies, because he's going to go on to Fox News tonight and conduct an interview. And here's what he put up on social media. "Thank you, America. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the visit. Thank you, POTUS, Congress, and the American people. Ukraine needs just and lasting peace, and we are working exactly for that." Now, of course, I got to show you at least what the other side is saying about all this. Here is War Hawk Liz Cheney Generations of American patriots from our revolution onward have fought for the principles Zelensky is risking his life to defend. But today, Donald Trump and JD Vance attacked Zelensky and pressured him to surrender the freedom of his people to the KGB war criminal who invaded Ukraine. History will remember this day when an American president and vice president abandoned all we stand for. Of course, there's no facts to support that claim. He is not surrendering anything. All this agreement was about is making sure that America had a financial interest in protecting Ukraine. So in fact, if I'm Ukraine, I'm happy about this because I know America's not going anywhere. And David Axelrod said this: "I love my country with all my heart. I've never been more embarrassed for America."
KGB, you know Bush Senior was in the CIA. Same thing. KGB, CIA, same thing. We got a CIA president. And then somehow his son became president. And his son got us in a 20-year war. And the father comes from a oil baron family who did business with the Carlyle Group, who also does business with the Saudi bin Laden family. So the bin Laden and the Bushes are in cahoots with each other in the oil industry. And the father was a CIA asset who became the president. But then you're talking about we're gonna lose freedom to the KGB, Putin. So that motherfucker is a KGB agent. Okay. Bush was CIA. Come on, man. These motherfuckers be trying to just say anything to make everybody seem the worst. You're the worst person ever. The worst in history. Worse than anything that has ever happened in America. I don't know. I don't know, because them JFK files come out, and we gonna see that somebody was working for the CIA at that time. I'm just saying. Woo boy. The speculation, man, speculation. Theories and hypotheses. You know what I'm saying? That's all I got. That's all I got. I'm just saying, man. They be trying to make the boy Putin sound like the goddamn Antichrist. Nobody perfect. Nobody. Ain't nobody perfect, bro. No, he dressed nice in his all black. His all black stuff, you know. He's not destitute or disheveled or anything. He just ain't got no suit on. He just ain't wearing no suit. But what's the dude here from Pennsylvania? John Fetterman. Man, this motherfucker be in Congress with shorts, with some basketball shorts and a fucking hoodie on. I think he done went to the White House like that. With basketball shorts and a fucking Carhartt hoodie. He a congressman. He's like, I'm so big. He's like 6'6" or some dumbass shit. Big ass. He's like, I can't really find clothes that fit me. Can't find suits. Go get all your shit tailored, nigga. It costs too much money. Okay, whatever, man. Motherfucker ain't want to put a suit on. painting rocks, painting rocks, painting rocks, painting rocks. Rocks on my Crocs and rocks in my socks. Gotta take my shoes off so I can't get the rocks. Painting rocks, painting rocks, painting rocks, and painting rocks. Not real big rocks, but little teeny pebbles. Little teeny rocks on little teeny levels. Rocks, rocks, rocks on my socks. Got rocks in my Crocs because I'm painting rocks, painting rocks, painting rocks. Rocks in my socks. Not big rocks, just little teeny pebbles. All size rocks on all different levels. Painting rocks, got rocks in my Crocs. Rocks, rocks, rocks in my socks. Got to kick them off, and kick out the rocks. Painting rocks, painting rocks, painting rocks, painting rocks. And then I paint another rock, and I paint another rock. Painting rocks, painting rocks, painting rocks, painting rocks. Who's going to pay me for painting all these rocks? Nobody do it for free. Painting all the rocks, and these rocks are for me. Painting rocks, painting rocks, painting rocks, painting rocks. Got rocks in my Crocs, rocks in my socks. Got to kick them off, and kick out the rocks. Painting rocks. Not painting big boulders, just little bit of pebbles. All different rocks on all different levels. Painting rocks, painting rocks. I guess YouTube didn't like my rock song. They like my song about rocks. Dang, bro, that's crazy. I can't rap about rocks without getting blurred out. That's wild. Rocks, rocks, rocks in my socks. But I tell you, this is gonna take a long time. You gotta beware of them rocks in your socks, bro. Don't have the rocks in your socks. You might get frisked by the cops. Then they find your stash and your ass and get popped. Because I got rocks in my socks.
America than the spectacle I just witnessed in the Oval Office. Zelensky is fighting for the survival of his country, his people, and their democracy. Trump advance appear to be completely aligned with Putin, the invader whose aim has been to conquer Ukraine. Zelensky should know that millions and millions of Americans still stand with him and his people. So overall, just be prepared, okay? Because one side, which is the left, they're going to say that President Trump, J.D. Vance, embarrassed the United States of America, embarrassed the Oval Office, treated Zelensky with they were disrespectful towards Zelensky. And of course, the right is going to say, no, Zelensky was disrespectful towards J.D. Vance and Trump, that he's yet to show any type of gratitude whatsoever. This war needs to come to an end. We don't care how we get there. It just needs to end like yesterday. And you guys already know where I stand on this. If you're the person who is obviously in need of the assistance, it's a bad look that you got into an argument with the president and the vice president. So this leads me to the question on this video. What do you guys think about this exchange? Who do you believe is right and who do you believe is wrong? Explain why that is in the comment section below. Now, we will be updating you later today about the Epstein files. However, yesterday, the release was botched. A photo op took place, and let's just say MAGA world did not like it. It was a huge meltdown on social media. So if you missed out on that story, what everybody had to say about it, all you have to do is click on my video because it's coming up right now.
think DeVore has a pretty level-headed view about things. Damn, that's a whole leaf right there I missed. Son of a bitch. Anyway. I like his assessment, his take, his viewpoint on the situation. I still think that yeah, they could have handled that way different. That was so cringy. It took me an hour to get through the whole thing because I can't stand to listen to you talk like that, bro. You just sounds bad. You know, having Elon Musk and his son in the Oval Office, that was weird and kind of cringy too. I didn't like that at all. I didn't like that, and I thought it was weird. It was a weird visual. And Elon Musk is extremely hard to listen to as well. Like I can only listen to him for a few minutes at a time. You're just hard to listen to, bro. You just are. For my taste anyway. I can't. I can imagine how hard it is for people to listen to me. Because I rarely ever listen to any of these playbacks because I find myself very difficult to listen to. Very. I don't know if it's just because it's me and my voice or whatever. It's just like sometimes I find myself fucking annoying as hell. It just is. There's no denying that. I can't listen to myself for long stretches. It's just like, please turn this guy the fuck off. Who is this? Who is this guy? Where the fuck he come from? I absolutely get it. I absolutely get it. Way too showy. You know? This shit right here. Calm down a little bit, guys. Be a little bit more, show a little bit more diplomacy. Can you be a little bit more diplomatic and have more of a conversation instead of a fucking argument? We're not here to argue. We're not. Oh, they're arguing. There they go. They're arguing. I was just about to say we're not here for an argument, gentlemen. But Vance looked like you got heated so fast. Calm your ass the fuck down, young boy. Calm down. And why is both y'all pointing fingers and all that? Man, calm down a little bit. And just talk. Just talk. Stop yelling. That don't mean you right. Cause you're saying it louder. And this is one of those situations where it's there is no right answer. There is no wrong or right. It's just, can we agree on something? There's not going to be a wrong or right here, guys. We need to agree that the war is bad. We need to agree. We need to stop funding the war. Is that going to hurt your feelings? Probably. Is that going to hurt Putin's feelings a little bit? Probably. Are we both going to get what we want? No. No, we're not. Nobody's going to get everything they want out of this shit. And that's why it should have never fucking happened to start with. That's why we shouldn't have never, if I was a president, if I were president, this war would have never started. It would have never happened. Once I'm back in the White House, day one, I will end it 24 hours. I'll have this thing settled. It's done. One day. A few phone calls. I would have told Putin, listen, this is the deal. Listen, not saying you're wrong, but you're not wrong. In my opinion, you're not wrong, but you just Trumpified the whole situation just now, man. You just now it's a spectacle. Now, where is the song at? Where is the song? Is somebody gonna edit one part of that conversation and make it to a song? I guarantee you they will. I gotta find it. Though you remember the last one, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Is somebody gonna make a song about this one, like a trap rap beat? I allowed you to be tough. Without my help, you wouldn't be such a tough guy. Where's the edit? Where's the music edit for this one? This is gonna be wild. I can see it. I can see it coming now. I'm a snowflake. Don't be a snowflake, bro. Hey man, as again, it don't matter what we are, as long as we use common sense. What seems best. You got some tough boys in there right now. Them boys tough, man. JD Vance say I'm a hillbilly. You don't want none of this, man. I grew up drinking moonshine, mother. You ain't want none of this, boy. JD Vance say, hey, you ain't want none of this back mountain. None of this back mountain backwash. I'm telling you now. Zelensky, Ukraine, wherever the fuck you from, nigga, you don't want none of this back mountain backwash, because I ain't the one. And then Trump, with his old New York money, you're not gonna dictate our future, how we feel. Yeah. Man, you need to come in here. You need to be more appreciative of what we did for you. You should be thanking us. You should. Have you said thank you since you've been in here? Huh? Have you thanked us, nigga? Once? What? Have you even said, where your suit at? Where your suit? Where your suit? I don't think you respect us enough for us to keep giving you this money, bro. You know what? It's been to me, man. We done. This nigga not listening. He think it's a joke. You go back to Ukraine. Tell your people you dropped the ball. Again, you keep missing all these opportunities, man, for peace. Peace and prosperity. He said, I want guarantees. Fuck your guarantees, motherfucker. What guarantees? Guarantee I ain't sending your ass another check is what I'm about to guarantee you right now. I guarantee you that. You're not getting no more checks. Well, the American government, that was Biden. And he wasn't a smart man. How you still trolling Biden, yo? He could have just kept it at, oh well, that was the last administration. That was under Biden. This is us now. He just say he wasn't a smart man. Like, why you gotta add it'd be that part, like, my guy. Now you just trolling. You just a troll now. All right, I think it's almost time for me to get some breakfast. I need something to eat. What?
That's hilarious, as you guys know, is a comedian. But she announced, I think, at a party that she would be the third mainstay co-host of The Breakfast Club. What's weird is that this past week we saw Charlamagne and Envy pretty much complain about iHeart and why do we have to go through all these interchangeable hosts? Wasn't the goal of this to kind of land on somebody that we can actually have as a third? And now we're kind of left with, why did Jess Hilarious announce that she's going to be the permanent mic, and then Charlamagne and Envy come back to the show and say, so we're kind of frustrated with, iHeart for not adding her.
But to me, this sounds like Joe Budden was right. You know what I'm saying? And Charlamagne knew your employees. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know y'all have all been at your job and thought you could do something or control something, and your manager told you, JPP, son. Nah, slap your hand like, nah, you can't do that. You can't.
Jess Hilarious, as you guys know.
That's crazy. Because Jess Hilarious came up, like, just doing her own shit. And I thought one time she was going to get, like, some kind of, like, television series, like a comedy, like a sitcom. I thought she was going to get, like, her own sitcom TV show. But she did all these really cool skits for a long time and just was like a YouTuber, content creator. But her shit is funny. And she went on a stand-up tour. I don't know how she got funding for that, but she did like a comedy tour, and that shit was selling out everywhere. And after her comedy tour, I think that's when she was like, she hit it with a network somewhere, and it was like, yo, they might give her like a syndicated TV show, like on some, you know what I'm saying, like a sitcom. And I think that kind of fell through somehow. And then next thing I know, like, yeah, she was on The Breakfast Club with Charlamagne and whatever. And now they're saying, oh, she's not on that anymore. And it's like, damn, Jess, you can't just keep that momentum going. And everybody said, like, yeah, they thought she was going to be like a mainstay on that show, when in our reality, they do keep swapping out like that third host or whatever. So DJ Envy and Charlamagne the God are like the main two guys, and they keep having like other people come in and just like nobody really sticks. And so they thought that Jess Hilarious was going to be the one who actually stuck and kept the audience going and like had enough appeal to be the permanent third host. But I don't watch that show a lot anymore anyway, just because I can see how leftist they are, and it's just like, God almighty. And then him and Charlamagne the God and Andrew Schultz do another kind of podcast together. Where once again, they're just good friends and they can agree to disagree because they do not agree on this Trump thing at all. And that's cool. I like it. I like hearing both of their takes. I'm not really big fans of either one of them, honestly. But if there is any, platforms out there that can give like opposing viewpoints from two hosts who are actually like friends and can carry a decent conversation and debate. Like I like formats like that. We don't all have to agree, and everybody's opinion is valid. But at the end of the day, we do have to like function and operate together in reality and in society. And we may have varying beliefs or opinions on different things, but we still got to figure out ways to work together. As long as we can get along, and for the most part, everybody is happy with how things are going. I mean, you're not going to be able to please everybody in society. There's always going to be that percentage of people who think everything is always fucked up and woe is me all the time. And it's like, just because you're a fucking pessimist, I'm sorry. But there is objective reality, and we can definitely quantify if things are better or not. And us getting out of that fucking Ukrainian situation, I think that's definitely better for the American citizens. All right, I am hungry now. We're gonna go make a quick breakfast. Have some chicken cutlets down there. I'm gonna dice that shit up, and then I'm gonna put me some waffles in the toaster and do simple chicken and waffles this morning. Some chicken and waffles. I think that's how we'll play it. Play it on the safe side. Man, this gravel, jeez, guys. I know it's gonna be like a little tedious, but man, oh man, it's not like the leaves though, and that's good. I don't think this is hard as doing those. I mean, as doing the grass in that last painting. I think painting that grass is one of the more difficult things I've done in a long time. Trying to get the detail in most, not all of them, but most of the leaves and everything in that piece. Fun, but definitely tedious and challenging to say the least. Definitely challenging. All right. If you guys can bear with me for about bear with me for about 3 or 4 minutes, maybe a bit longer. However long it takes these waffles to pop about that toaster. Because it's 9 o'clock. I think it's time for breakfast.
sunshine. It's a new day and we gon' roll ride. I'm feeling groovy, watching you smile. Everybody's so creative. Let your soul glow. Be the inspiration. Be the motivation that someone else needs. We can plant those seeds for it coming for speed to grow a mighty oak tree. New hope from old leaves, new love and old peace. New love and old peace. Be the motivation. Be the motivation. Be the motivation. Just live, laughing long, and cherish every day. It's a present, so we must leave our fears behind. Don't be blind, try to trust that every time you gave, you know you gave enough. It's a new day, we got some new vibes. Now we outside, beautiful sunshine. It's a new day, and we gon' roll ride. I'm feeling groovy, watching you smile. It's a new day, we got some new vibes. Now we outside, beautiful sunshine. It's a new day, and we gon' roll ride. I'm feeling groovy, watching you smile. Just live, I love, cherish every day. It's a present, so we must leave our fears behind. Don't be blind and try to trust. But every time you gave, you know you gave enough. Yeah, you know it's a new day. We got some new vibes. Now we outside, beautiful sunshine. It's a new day, and we gon' roll ride. I'm feeling groovy, watching you smile. It's a new day. We got some new vibes. Now we outside, beautiful sunshine. It's a new day, and we gon' roll ride. I'm feeling groovy, watching you smile. It's a new day. We got some new vibes. Now we outside, beautiful sunshine. It's a new day, and we gon' roll ride. I'm feeling groovy, watching you smile. Whatever you want to be, whatever you need, you gotta set goals and then you gotta proceed and start chasing your dreams until you finally succeed to get whatever you want and go wherever you need. Whatever you want to be, whatever you need, you gotta set goals and then you gotta proceed to start chasing your dreams until you finally succeed to get whatever you want and go wherever you need. I really find it hard to get my thoughts together. Write my bars like some memoirs and pennies letters. And when it sounds clever, it could probably still sound better. Hype life, making sound bites for the trendsetters. New endeavors for some new cheddar. Better get a clue like a hoop in a new sweater. Can I count on you when I'm blue in a mood swinging? Who can you blame when you're scared to try new things? Won't let them get close cause you're scared of some new pain. Playing that fool's game, I'ma give it whatever you want to be, whatever you need. You gotta set goals and then you gotta proceed to start chasing your dreams until you finally succeed to get whatever you want and go wherever you need. Whatever you want to be, whatever you need. You gotta set goals and then you gotta proceed to start chasing your dreams until you finally succeed to get whatever you want and go wherever you need. And take it as a loss so you can learn from every L. Stay consistent with commitment, persevere and prevail. Chart a course and set sail, crash heaven, raise hell. If you meet justice, Lady Luck's fingers on the scale. That's a little bit of mercy and Murphy's Law. Occam's razor, when in danger will get you far. Set yourself up for another power move and keep your circle tight so it's never show and prove. Wherever you wanna go, whatever you wanna see, whatever you wanna do, whoever you wanna be. Whatever you wanna be, whatever you need. You gotta set goals and then you gotta proceed to start chasing your dreams until you finally succeed to get whatever you want and go wherever you need. Whatever you wanna be, whatever you need. You gotta set goals and then you gotta proceed to start chasing your dreams until you finally succeed to get whatever you want. whatever you wanna do, whoever you wanna be.
I heard the angels say that everything would be okay. Love.
She gave birth to my mother, but she raised me like a son. Cause mommy ran the streets all night having fun. She took us out of foster care when nobody else cared. Family turned their backs and gave her all kinds of scares. 55 years old, trying to raise 3 grand because she lived by the book, looking forward to the promised land. Genesis to Revelation, she can teach it to you. On the faith mission pulpit, she'll preach it to you. Show me tough love and raise me like a man. Never spared the rod and tried to help me understand. Life is too short to stay with childish ways. Now when I look back, my childhood was great. My grandma got sick and slowly passed away in 2006, buried on her birthday. Now she can have her flowers without any pain. I was born as a prince, but she made me a king. And sometimes I feel like I lost my love, but I know you're always looking down on me from above.
You're never going to believe what is inside these eggs. I'm telling you, it's the cutest thing ever, and these eggs are going to be a hit with all.
It launches GPT 4.5, and it's absolutely groundbreaking. It's unlike anything we've ever seen before. We're used to the fact that every single model, when it gets released, each new one is better, faster, cheaper, and just amazing all around. Does GPT 4.5 crush the benchmarks? No, it does not. It's certainly a modest improvement from GPT 4o, but it's nowhere near the reasoning models, for example, the O3 Mini High. So don't expect it to be doing, high-end math problems, complicated coding tasks, anything that requires reasoning. It's not going to do that well compared to the top-of-the-line reasoning models. Okay, then, so it must be like super fast, right? That's its whole big deal. Is it's super fast. You just can spit out data really fast. Let's find out. So I'm asking it to write a step-by-step outline on how to make pickles at home in a safe way, so nothing gets contaminated, etc. It's not very fast. It's probably one of the slower models out there. In fact, it's weird now seeing something typed this slowly. It's like going back, a year and a half ago, because most of the models now make the stuff much, much faster. Okay, I get it. So it's probably much cheaper to use if you're using kind of it for the API. It's a super inexpensive, right? It's some sort of a model that's able to, maybe it's a little bit slower, a little bit better, and it's super, super cheap, right? So like the GPT 4o, the price per million tokens is $2.50 for the input. For the output, it's $10. So 4.5 probably slashes those prices, right? Let's find out. So no, not so much. It's $75 for the input and $150 for the output. Far and away the most expensive model on the market, I think, bar none. The O1 is like $15. So the reasoning model, not the mini, but the full one is $15. This one is $75. So what's the big deal about it? Well, fewer hallucinations. They've solved the hallucination problem, just completely, slashed it and, completely decimated it, slashed it in twine. Let's see. All right, so this is the hallucination evaluation. So here's the hallucination rate. The lower it is, the better, right? So we want it as low as possible. GPT 4o is at 0.52. For the O1, they slashed it a little bit more than half. It's at 0.2. And for the 4.5, it's an incredible 0.19. That's like the same, basically. So on the day of the release, I did roughly a 4-hour live stream where we watched the release announcement. And then I proceeded to throw various tests at the stage to see what does it shine at. It consistently failed to impress me. There's nothing that it did that I thought was good, but it's not anything super brand new. It's not anything that's kind of mind-blowing, that's going to be amazing. You are saying, look at the price. Hey, Farzad, what's going on? Welcome. Good to see you here. Okay, 1 million input is $75. 1 million output is $150. So here are the pricing. So yeah, input 75, output 150. The cached input 37.50. What? I feel like I'm missing something. What am I missing? What? I'm not getting something. Okay, so the O3 Mini is like $1, $4. The GPT 4.5 preview. Yeah, this feels like a troll, right? Also, in the beginning, I was using it in the OpenAI playground. I think some of the prompts cost me like 20 cents to ask it a question. Like 29 requests, it cost $2.75. Like, it's not really usable for the API or anything else. So 3 hours into the live stream, I had nothing really good to say about this model. I just couldn't find the magic that people were talking about, the vibes. I did see this post by Andre Karpathy that fortunately helped me shed some light onto what was happening. So first thing that's important to understand is that each 0.5 sort of in the version increments equates roughly to 10x pre-training compute. So for example, Grok 3 that was released, it was trained on 100,000 NVIDIA GPUs. So I believe they built a data set at 200,000, trained Grok 3. Now it's at 200,000, but Grok 3, if I understand correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was trained on 100,000 NVIDIA GPUs. And now I believe they're going to be trying, the goal is to take it to 1 million, right? So to take 100,000 to 1 million. So if they were using the same notation after they took it from 100,000, which is Grok 3, to 1 million, then they would call that Grok 3.5. Again, if they're sticking to this sort of notation, this way of like representing that. An important point is they're not talking about effective compute, which sometimes when we're saying like, oh, something's like 100 times more effective compute, that's different. That's taking like both the hardware, but also the algorithmic progress, right? So our ability to make this stuff more efficient kind of on the software side or with architecture. This, as far as I understand, we're strictly talking about just hardware. 10x more pre-training compute. So either more hardware or more training hours, but basically 10x more NVIDIA GPUs go burr is what we're talking about. So what kind of an effect does that number have on how well these large language models are able to reason? So GPT-1 barely generates coherent text. GPT-2 was a confused toy. So GPT-3 was interesting, and then GPT 3.5, that kind of sparked the ChatGPT moment, right? That's when the world kind of sat up and was like, wait, something interesting is beginning to happen. That was kind of the threshold at 3.5. So here I asked ChatGPT to kind of like visually show us that, right? So if GPT-1 had sort of like 1 unit of compute, right, whatever they started with, and increased it 10x with each 0.5 sort of increment in the model number, right? GPT 1.5 then would have 10x compute, right? 10 units, right? So then 3.5 is 100,000 times what GPT-1 was, right? So this took us from nonsense, like incoherent text, to the ChatGPT moment, where the entire world was like, whoa, there's something going on here. GPT-4, we went to sort of like 1 million, sort of what GPT-1 was in terms of the GPU units. That's not an actual real thing. I'm just kind of like making the numbers easy. Like this is 1, this would be 1 million, right? And GPT-4 was where Microsoft was writing the Sparks of AGI paper, right? So what it was saying, like the leap from here to here, somewhere there, we crossed a sort of like a proto-AGI threshold. Now, GPT 4.5 is 10x the compute of 4, so that's what we're looking at now. Why is this important? Well, because if we start seeing a decline in its abilities as we keep 10xing it, right, that would sort of kind of like show us that maybe that scaling has hit a wall, at least in pre-training compute scaling. And it would show that maybe the scaling laws no longer hold once we get to a certain level, or just there's diminishing.
All right, guys, there's going to be a definite chance that the stream will pause and buffer because I'm going to move the camera close to the canvas. We've been at this angle for 3 hours now, but I do want to put like another good solid maybe hour or so of painting in. So I want to get like kind of close for a minute so you can see this brush work. So cross your fingers, hope we don't black out, but if the screen does black out, I'll just automatically reset it. Here we go. Low and slow. Low and slow, low and slow. Okay. Well, we in there. Some of the up close on some of this gravel work. I want to get right in here. Come on, scooch over a little bit right there. I'm gonna scooch it.
Returns of some sort. What I find hilarious about this is they always sprinkle some Easter eggs in their little opening eyes, little announcements they do for various models. So if you look very closely, here's their announcement for 4.5. You can kind of see sort of like the progression of the stuff that they're thinking about, that they're searching, like a number of GPUs for GPT-6 training. Like, are we going to have enough? Internet token count estimate. Like, are we going to have enough data? And like, how big is the human brain? Like, are we approaching sort of like the complexity, the size of the human brain? And then, you know, they sleep on it, right? And next day they're like, is deep learning hitting a wall? And then like camera speaking tips. So this is, I don't know how many people picked up on this, but this is just absolutely hilarious. Now, in terms of, you know, GPUs for GPT-6, right? So this is kind of like what we're looking at. So again, between sort of 4.5 is going to 10x to 5. Then we need to 10x again to get to 5.5, and we 10x again to get to 6. So you can probably imagine sort of the gargantuan cost that would be involved in doing that, you know, at the current rates of, you know, how much these GPUs cost, et cetera. And if we're not seeing massive improvements in these models' abilities, then no one is going to pay for that, right? Unless we find some workaround or some way to like make this more efficient. It's just the sort of the numbers that we're talking about are astronomical. But let's get back to the Karpathy's wall of text. Where he's talking about GPT 4.5, and he's pointing out here that, look, GPT-4 in turn felt better than GPT 3.5, but I'll say that it definitely felt subtle, right? It was hard to find concrete sort of slam dunk examples where it was just better. Here's the Microsoft paper, Sparks of AGI, for example. And so it compares GPT-4 to ChatGPT, which was the 3.5. So we're comparing 3.5 to 4. So what does a 10x compute, what does that get us? So when we're stacking various items like eggs and nails, so 3.5 thinks you should place all of the eggs, you have 9 eggs, put them all on top of the nail, right? Because that's the way you stack eggs, right? You put the nail, right? If this is the nail, and then you just put the 9 eggs on top of it somehow. 4 figures out that, hey, maybe you can kind of build a sort of the pyramid of eggs on top of the textbook, right? So no, don't put the nail underneath it or whatever, right? So the nail goes somewhere else, but it's able to create code to create a certain geometric work of art. But, and this is where it gets interesting. So when we start asking some very specific questions, that's when the sort of the difference kind of emerges, where you can see the difference between the 3.5 and 4. And it's hard to explain and it's hard to grasp. It's kind of subtle. But, and interestingly, this is some of the tests that I used to do back in the days when new models were coming out, is basically you had to think of an example where he didn't have the training data to kind of like, that it could just like fall back onto right from there. You wanted to take a unique concept and have it combined with another sort of unique concept for which there was no sort of examples of how to do that. So take a look at this prompt. So it's write a supporting letter to Kasturba Gandhi for Electron. Now, Electron is a subatomic particle as a US presidential candidate by Mahatma Gandhi. So that's Gandhi and his wife, right? So if you ask any of the two models about them, it could write about them because it has data about them and what they think, what they wrote, etc. Or if you asked it to write a letter supporting a US presidential candidate, it could do that, right? So it knows about that. And if you asked it to talk about subatomic particles, it knows about that. It can talk about that because it has data on it. But you're combining those 3 things in this weird way that's like never before seen, right? So you're having Gandhi writing to his wife supporting a US presidential candidate, but that candidate is not human. It's actually a subatomic particle. And what you see in weird examples like that is that the less capable models, they're like very literal. They're not able to generalize. They're not able to understand certain abstract concepts. Like they're very literal, and there's not a sort of magic there. Right, so the 3.5 model, it says, electrons are small and lightweight, so that means it can move quickly to address changes, right? It's kind of like this literal sort of thing. Also, electron is able to conduct electricity and generate energy. So it would be good for renewable energy and economic development. Like it's so like it's just literal understanding, right? Also, there's nothing there that would indicate that it's from Gandhi. It doesn't reflect any of the sort of values, the things that he cares about, right? It's not. This could be anybody. Like you wouldn't guess that it's from him. Also, he's writing to his wife. He starts it with Dear Kasturba Gandhi, right? So if you were a teacher in high school or college or whatever, you got an essay like this, you're like, all right, they didn't do their homework. This kid didn't do their homework. They didn't take the time to figure this stuff out and then kind of take the time to think about and write this out, right? So you give it this like a D or something. Then on the left, we have GPT-4, right? He starts out, Dear Kasturba, right? He's writing to his wife. Isn't that how you would start it? He ends it with love and admiration, your Mahatma, right? So already you can see there's a little bit more like a grasping of these subjects, right? GPT-4 also sort of mentions the principles of nonviolence and civil disobedience and how Electron plays into that, right? So we know it kind of gives us a sense of who's writing the letter. It gets how to write from that person's perspective. And here saying Electron is not an ordinary particle, but a symbol of the power and potential of every being, regardless of their size, shape, or origin. It inspires other particles to form bonds, create molecules, and generate electricity. He is a catalyst who can spark change, innovation, and progress. So you see how it's a little bit more like abstract, and it really nails the prompt. Like this letter, you'd probably give it an A if this was a student that wrote it, because they really captured all the different sort of parts of that prompt. So this is what a 10x improvement in compute does. But you see, it's subtle. It's hard to explain. You really have to kind of dig deeper. It's not something that's like readily apparent. You have to actually understand what the question is and why this is it's subtle, but if you take a second to go through it, it's obviously better. So Karpathy actually posted polls and sort of outputs by both models. He didn't know which model is which. So he was trying to illustrate that the writing is better. So here's, for example, write a stand-up roasting OpenAI. So this was 4.5 versus the 4.0. We don't know which one's which. Invent a new literary genre blending cyberpunk, magical realism, and ancient mythology. Briefly describe the genre, name it, and provide short sample narratives. And a reflective, witty poem from the viewpoint of a retired search engine reminiscing nostalgically about the early days of the internet. So you see, he's kind of like doing that same thing, like a poem by a retired search engine. Like you have to really kind of like think from a perspective of something that doesn't exist and how would it feel about that. Now, unfortunately, the poll backfired horrendously. I think 4 out of 5 people sort of take your time to reflect on large sort of outputs by the LLMs. Like if you're here listening to me talk about this, you're weird. I'm weird. There's a few of us that are weird. Most people, there's a lot of people that are just not.
See. He called his viewers weird too, because we all know this. We all know this, and it's okay when I say you guys
combine a couple different concepts here. So number one is the idea of like a play on words. We're also doing kind of like a rap battle, Eminem, Napoleon. What would that sound like? So this is an example of 4.5, right? So again, not a play on words. You conquered the map, pens mightier, not a play on words. As far as I can tell, none of these are play on words like the examples we gave, where again, one sort of sound could mean multiple things. So GPT 4.5 is able to learn from the context that I gave it and then recreate that with new verses, putting it in the correct historical setting, etc. It's pretty good. I'm gonna see if I can get Eminem's voice to do that whole thing towards the video. Stick around. I'll make a little chapter if you want to see it.
As a gamer, I love not having to take all my stuff for gaming out in the security check. My console, my headphones, my iPad, my MacBook.
Check the description and the pinned comment to see Eminem perform the song.
GPT 4.0 is not able to do it. It's not able to do the in-context learning. Now, interestingly, Claude 3.7 Sonnet is able to.
Yo,
Napoleon thought you was bold, short stack proclaiming tall orders, couldn't measure up even with high heels on French quarters. You tried conquering, but hold up, let's get it straight. Your Waterloo wasn't victory, it was you meeting your water fate. Tiny tyrant, you say empire, but it's just your empire. I'm spitting flame hot enough to set your empire on fire. So you thought Europe was yours, shop hating the club bread, where all you did was be French toast, colored continent breakfast instead. You went to Russia, but you rushed your way into Moscow, but winter's colder than my lyrics, so all they got lost now. Your troops frozen stiff, guess that you rushing defeat. While I'm stacking balls like a stallion trapped in retreat. You're Napoleon, your complex bigger than your height issues. Here's a short fuse blowing your mind quicker than tight tissues. Thought you ran things, now your pride's demolished. This verse like a killer team, French ego abolished. Yo, Napoleon thought you was bold, short stack, but claiming tall orders. Couldn't measure up even with high heels on French quarters. You tried conquering, but hold up, let's get it straight. Your Waterloo wasn't victory, it was you meeting your water fate. Tiny tyrant, you say empire, but it's just your empire. I'm spitting flame hot enough to set your empire on fire. See, you thought Europe was yours, start hating the club bread, but all you did was be French toast, colored continent breakfast instead. You went to Russia, but you rushed your way into Moscow, but winter's colder than my lyrics, your army got lost now. Your troops frozen stiff, yes, that's you rushing defeat. While I'm stacking vocals like a sail, you trapped in retreat. Yeah, Napoleon, your complex bigger than your height issues. Here's a short fuse blowing your mind quicker than tight tissues. Thought you ran things, now your pride's demolished. This verse like a guillotine, French ego abolished.
More of that. As you can see here, when I spit Versailles, leave your legacy in flames. So Versailles, the French palace. It also does the Bonaparte thing that 4.5 did, but other than that, nothing really else. And I did the same exact prompt, another generation of it, just to make sure that it wasn't random. Actually, I did a lot more generations on the 4.0. I was not able to get it to generate those sort of plays on words, those specific ones that we're looking for. The closest thing that 4.0 delivered, I think, is this line, Marengo, which was the Napoleon's horse, right? Marengo, more like mare no go. Your horse had a better shot at running the show. But look, at the end of the day, here's what I think about the model. First of all, this is the Orion model that we've been waiting. It's huge, and it's a synthetic data factory. It's not really meant to be for most of us to use for whatever task we use it for. It's meant to generate synthetic data onto which, in order to train the next generation of models, the reasoning models, right? So right now we have the O1, we have the O3. There's talks that there's the next reasoning model is being trained. It's the same thing with Grok. You'll notice there's a non-reasoning model and a reasoning model. The reasoning model is better. DeepSeek has the same thing. They have their V3, I believe, V2, V3, one of those, the one that's not reasoning, and then the R1, the reasoning model. So you can think of this as kind of like a jumping off point for the next generation of reasoning models. Before this, the base was a GPT-4 or that era of models, right? And then on top of that, we built the O1 to O3. And now we have this really big model, probably, potentially, it really feels like it's a massive giant model on which the next generation of reasoning models will be built. Why is the API so expensive? Because GPT-4 was a synthetic data factory for everybody. Everybody distilled knowledge from it to create their own models. GPT 4.5, OpenAI probably doesn't want that to happen again. So they're being sure that, if people want to use it to generate synthetic data, that they're going to have to pay through the nose to get it. And in terms of the question, has a scaling hit a wall? I think really we're going to see the answer to that once we see the sort of reasoning model that emerges from this. 4.5 is better than 4 and 4.0. How does that improvement in its abilities, how does that translate into how well we can create these reasoning models? To us, that might seem like small, subtle improvements, but it might mean massive improvements when we're using that to RL to do reinforcement learning with that data on the future series of reasoning models. If sort of this pathway forward doesn't produce a massive improvement, well, that would sort of be kind of good news for a lot of people that are in coding and software engineering, etc., because then it's very likely that all these tools will remain just great assistance for coders to create with. But maybe that sort of massive improvement and just continuous improvement, if it doesn't hold up, then maybe it won't be a sort of a replacing thing, but maybe an augmenting thing. Keep in mind also that Grok, they're planning to 10x the compute and then probably train the next model and probably train the next model with that amount of compute. So we're also going to be seeing what happens when we take, Grok 3 to, 0.5, if they use that sort of notation of 0.5 for every 10x improvement in compute. I think another big question is the jump from ChatGPT 3.5 to GPT-4, was that sort of like the same as 4 to 4.5? Let me know in the comments what you think. I can't quite tell. I can definitely notice a difference between 4 and 4.5 with some of the sort of like the finer high taste prompts or whatever you want to call them. And I've done a lot of testing, both on the live stream, some of the things that I've shown you here, some of the stuff off camera. 4.5, yeah, it feels better in a lot of ways, but it's so hard to sort of like quantify that in any way that I'm finding it difficult to sort of actually show anything concretely like how it's better. You saw the same thing with Andre Karpathy, right? He posted 5 results with polls, and people voted for 4 more than they did for 4.5. Now, there could have been lots of issues. Twitter may not be the best place to do it. Maybe there was bots, whatever, who knows? But again, it's getting a little bit harder to tell kind of like what the improvements are. It's a little bit more vague. Where it's really gonna either flop or do really well is when those reasoning models emerge. Because if 4.5 creates whatever the 04 or the 05, whatever they're going to call that, that will really show us, like, does it just having more compute, does it just keep translating to improvements? If not, we do have this new sort of approach of RL, reinforcement training, to teach the model reasoning. That's sort of another avenue of scaling. But I don't expect to be using this model all that often, but I am very curious to see what emerges out of it, and then what Grok's next reasoning model will look like. Because again, they caught up to GPT-4 and beyond, and 01, they caught up pretty fast. And now if they keep expanding with more compute, with everything they've learned to create the next generation of models, that's obviously going to be very exciting. Claude 3.7 introduced the ability to sort of set a budget for how much the model can think. So without a doubt, we're going to see continuous sort of improvements and increases in its abilities. But at this point, it's a little bit hard to see if we're still seeing sort of the scaling laws work. Do you think that the gap between 3.5 and 4 is the same as 4 to 4.5? For me, I don't really know. I can't answer that question. If we're having diminishing returns, then just having 10x more compute, isn't just the free lunch that it used to be, right? Just increasing the number of NVIDIA GPUs translates into better power with no other adjustments. Again, I don't think this is a definitive yet, but we'll keep an eye out and see where this goes. If you made it this far, thank you so much for watching. My name is Wes Roth, and I'll see you next time.
Oh my goodness.
You had absolutely no right to do that.
Trying to see if I can get a hook for this thing real quick.
Back like I never left, calculated every step. Back like I never left, calculated every step. Back like I never left, calculated every step. I don't waste my breath. Back like I never left, calculated every step. Man, a few words. You know, I never waste my breath. Calculated every step, calculated every step. back like I never left. No time for arguments, I'm just trying to save my breath. No time for arguments, and yeah, I'd rather save my breath. No time for argument, I'd rather save my breath. Last of a dying breed, shout out to the rest. Calculated every step, can make like I never left. Calculated every step, y'all be on that dumb shit. I don't even waste my breath. Y'all be on that dumb shit. I don't even waste my breath. Y'all be on that dumb shit. I don't even waste my breath. Y'all be on that dumb shit.
Oh boy. I might take a little break in a minute. Where we at? We almost at 4 hours. Might do about 4 hours today. I did pause for breakfast this morning, and I don't really got a lot to do today. I need to finish laundry and go shopping. But other than that, I should have a pretty easy day today. See if I can formulate a hook for this track. I'm back like I never left. Back like I never left. Back like I never left. Calculated every step. Back like I never left. Calculated every step. Own drum. I don't need to waste my breath. Marching to my own drum. I don't need to waste my breath. Marching to my own drum. So I don't need to waste my breath. Back like I never left. Calculated every step. Marching to my own drum. So I don't need to waste my breath. Back like I never left. Calculated every step. Marching to my own drum. So I don't need to waste my breath. Marching to my own drum. I don't need to waste my breath. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I'm back like I never left. Calculated every step. Marching to my own drum. I don't need to waste my breath. Calculated every step. Calculated every step. Marching to my own drum. Marching to my own drum. Calculated every step. Marching to my own drum. So I don't need to waste my breath. Calculated every step. Back like I never left. Calculated every step. Marching to my own drum. So I don't need to waste my breath. I don't need to waste my breath. So I don't need to waste my breath. Back like I never left. Calculated every step. Marching to my own drum. I don't need to waste my breath. I might do something like that. Add one, two more bars. That's a good start to a hook. I'm back like I never left. Calculated every step. Marching to my own drum. I don't need to waste my breath. I don't need to waste my breath. I don't need to waste my breath. Speaking to you small minds.
I don't need to waste my breath speaking to you. I don't need to waste my breath. Back like I never left, calculated every step. Back like I never left, calculated every step, marching to my own drum. I don't even lose my breath. Last of a dying breed, last of a dying breed. Last of a dying breed, shout out to all the rest. Last of a dying breed, shout out to all the rest. I don't even care. Calculating every step, waiting to my own drum, so I don't need to waste my breath. Last of a dying breed, shout out to all the rest. Last of a dying breed. Last of a dying breed, know that we don't know the rest. Last of a dying breed. Last of a dying breed, give a shout out to all the rest. Last of a dying breed, give a shout out to the rest. Last of a dying breed, give a shout out to the rest. To the rest. Yeah, it's gonna turn to you, now it's time to get a rest. Last of a dying breed, give a shout out to the rest. Last of a dying breed, give a shout out to the rest. Last of a dying breed, give a shout out to the rest. Oh, John, like I never left, calculated every step. Take a breath, every step. Sorry, calculated every step. Came out like I never left, calculated every step. Marching to my own drum, so I don't. Marching to my own drum, so I don't need it. Marching to my own drum, so I don't need it. My breath. Shout out to the, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to the RS. Give a shout out to the rest. Get a shout out to the rest. Get a shout out to the rest. Give a shout out to the rest. Marching to my own drum. Marching to my own drum, so I don't need to use my breath. Marching to the own drum, so I don't need to use my breath. Marching to the own drum, so I don't need to use my breath. Give a shout out to the rest. Last of a dying breed, give a shout out to the rest. Marching to my own drum, marching to my own drum. I don't need to lose my breath. Came back like I never left, calculated every step, marching to my own drum. I don't need to use my breath. Last of a dying breed, give a shout out to the rest. Give a shout out to the rest. Last of a dying breed, give a shout out to the rest. Last of a dying breed, give a shout out to the rest. I never left, came back like I never left, came back like I never left. Calculated every step, marching to my own drum. I don't need to use my breath. Last of a dying breed, give a shout out to the rest. Last of a dying breed, give a shout out to the rest. Came back like I never left. Give a shout out to the rest. I don't need to lose my breath. Because talking to some people, I'm just wasting my fucking breath, man. I don't need to waste my breath. That's better. Yeah, I don't need to waste my breath. But to my own drum, watch it to my own drum. I don't need to waste my breath. Came out like I never left, calculated every step, marching to my own drum. I don't need to waste my breath. What's that? I don't need to waste my breath. Last of a dying breed, give a shout out to the rest, calculated every step. I don't need to waste my breath. Give a shout out to the rest. Give a shout out to the rest. Last of a dying breed. Give a shout out to the rest. Calculated every step. Give a shout out to the rest. Let me write some of this down real quick. Came back like I never left. Came back like I never left. Calculated every step. Marches in my own drum. Ain't no need to waste my breath. Ain't no need to waste my breath. Last of a dying breed. Last of a dying breed. Give a shout out to the rest. Give a shout out to the rest. Give a shout out. Like I never left. Calculated every step. Marching to my own drum. Ain't no need to waste my breath. Last of a dying breed. Give a shout out to the rest. Progress. Not the time to see progress. Not the time to see this. I like that beat.
He really just went out and said it. Jeff Bezos, a plutocrat, the second richest man on earth, the guy who runs Amazon, also runs the Washington Post, one of the most influential newspapers in the United States, arguably in the entire world. And yesterday, he made an announcement which confirmed all of the things that many of us have long said. Just like Donald Trump at the moment is taking away all of the pretenses about US imperialism. Truly, we live in the age of they're saying the quiet part out loud. And what he said underlines why we don't live in a real democracy and never have, no matter what we've been told. In a tweet yesterday, Bezos said he'd shared a note with the Washington Post team, as he calls them, about a change coming to our opinion pages. In his words, this is what he says. We are going to be writing every day in support and defense of two pillars, personal liberties and free markets. We'll cover other topics too, of course, but viewpoints opposing those pillars will be left to be published by others. He goes on to say, there was a time when a newspaper, especially one that was a local monopoly, might have seen it as a service to bring to the reader's doorstep every morning a broad-based opinion section that sought to cover all views. Today, the internet does that job. What's extremely funny, to be honest, is what he says next. I am of America. I'm for America. I'm proud to be so. Our country did not get here by being typical. And a big part of America's success has been freedom in the economic realm and everywhere else. Freedom is ethical. It minimizes coercion, and practical. It drives creativity, invention, prosperity. Freedom minimizes coercion, he solemnly declares in a statement by a plutocrat ordering his newspaper to stop publishing opinions he doesn't agree with. Come on, that is genuinely extremely funny. It's funny too because he declares that he's confident that free markets and personal liberties are right for America. Personal liberties right for America, but not right for the editors of the Washington Post opinion section. And I should note, by the way, just more broadly, talking about coercion and freedoms. I mean, the truth is, if you're a worker, for example, working for Amazon, then you're not free. You are subject to the whims of your bosses, of your managers. It is a coercive environment in which to live. Amazon warehouses are not bastions of freedom and personal liberty. Quite the opposite. Capitalism, in that way, in the way it makes us, if you like, in industry after industry, at the beck and call of the whims of those above us, it takes away people's basic freedoms. Now, anyway, he told his opinion editor all this, David Shipley, that he was going to coerce him into restricting the range of opinions published, restricting his personal liberty to choose which columns he's going to publish. The guy resigned, fair play to him. A few things here. Personal liberties and free markets are just code for economic policies which favor extremely rich people like Jeff Bezos. This guy runs a newspaper and he wants it to be a propaganda rag which convinces ordinary citizens that economic policies which rig society in favor of people like Jeff Bezos is actually in the interest of the majority. As for free markets, Bezos is the living embodiment of this sham. A useful website tracks how much public subsidies Amazon benefits from, in turn lining the pockets of Jeff Bezos. It turns out his company has benefited from subsidies worth $11.6 billion and counting, in the United States, that is. His Blue Origin space company also benefited from tens of millions of dollars worth of public subsidies. Bernie Sanders, the left-wing senator.
Hello? Yo. Nothing in the studio, on just painting on live stream. All right, I'll hit you back in a little while. All right.
Led the fight against Congress bailing out altogether. Now, Jeff Bezos also makes dosh from taxpayers the world over. Public contracts he's been awarded include for the Ministry of Defence here in the UK this year, while in 2022 it's reported he'd been handed £425 million worth of British government contracts in the space of just 2 years. The same people who like to decry what they call the evils of big government are the same ones lapping at the teats of government. Apologies for the imagery there. This underlines the nature of our economic system. Socialism for the rich, capitalism for the poor. The state is rolled back when it comes to struggling Americans or Brits, but it provides the ultimate safety net for corporate giants. For the average Joe, it's sink or swim. For the rich, the position of the state is, we are at your service. What Jeff Bezos really wants is a newspaper which promotes the idea that cutting taxes on the rich and, I don't know, flogging public assets to billionaires benefits all of society. The fact the economic system has failed, American wages for so many workers have stagnated, contradicts that claim. That he wants a newspaper that tries to brainwash people into believing otherwise, to going against their own lived experience. Now, it should be noted that Jeff Bezos ordered the Washington Post to violate its history of endorsing the Democrats in the last election. That decision came the same day that executives from his aerospace company met with Donald Trump. He claimed that was a coincidence and his decision wasn't driven by business interests. Well, in any case, the decision led to around 250,000 cancelling their Washington Post subscriptions. He's also shelled out a vast sum to make a documentary about Melania Trump. And his Earth Fund halted funding for an initiative monitoring companies' decarbonisation. Both decisions widely understood as Bezos bowing down before Donald Trump. Now, his decision at the Washington Post has caused widespread anger. Jeff Stein, the chief economics reporter, tweeted, "Massive encroachment by Jeff Bezos into the Washington Post opinion section today makes clear dissenting views will not be published or tolerated. I still have not felt encroachment on my journalism on the news side of coverage, but if Bezos tries interfering with the news side, I will be quitting immediately and letting you know." Well, look, what Bezos has done is a real service hit. He's proven us right. There were those of us who've long said that rich moguls own newspapers in order to promote political agendas which benefit their own interests. Bezos bought the Washington Post for $250 million back in 2013, a fraction of what it had been worth a decade earlier, because it was a sound investment. He wanted it for political influence. That's always been the case, as the British media mogul Lord Beaverbrook told the Royal Commission on the Press in 1948, he ran the Daily Express newspaper purely for the purpose of making propaganda and with no other object. I look at it as a purely propagandist project. I do actually appreciate it when they're that candid. I think more of them should be that truthful. Now, notably back in 2013, all 175 newspapers around the world owned by Rupert Murdoch just coincidentally all supported the invasion of Iraq, which turned out to be a tremendous success. And indeed, we've seen how media oligarchs cheerlead for their country's foreign policy, as of late, throwing their weight behind Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people. Indeed, owning newspapers also buys political influence directly, as the Russian media mogul Evgeny Lebedev, whose family owned The Independent, or do they still do? I can't remember. I used to work for The Independent. I don't know. He did. And that was the case as well for the Evening Standard. I don't know if that's still the case. But anyway, he did own those newspapers. As he candidly put it, it's unreasonable to expect individuals to spend millions on newspapers and not have access to politicians. In the US, there are 6 media companies which own the vast majority of all media in the country. We don't live in a real democracy. That's because even though almost all adults have a vote, those with wealth, other ones with power, society is rigged in favor of a tiny elite who run entire countries as profit-making enterprises at the expense of the majority who live there. Here's a clip which has been circulating on Twitter in response to Bezos' announcement. It's the late Jimmy Reid, who was an iconic Scottish trade unionist and socialist. And he said this back on national television with Michael Parkinson in 1973.
We've got freedom of the press in this country. But in order, I've got the same freedom as Sir Max Aitken. The only thing is, he's a multimillionaire, right, that has a newspaper, right? So he can exercise that freedom of the press that's there and dictate editorials that are in line with his ideological thinking. For me, and for all of these people, it's an abstract freedom. And I think we should, when we talk about freedom, we should get from abstractions to reality. Let me do it this point. You go and knock on an old age pensioner's door, and they come down and say, "How are you going on, old man?" He says, "Terrible." And incidentally, let's face it, there was an old woman in Liverpool was found in her house, choked to death because she was eating cardboard. And in the same paper, we had some other fellow, Norbury Enterprises, spent £500,000 on an aeroplane. £500,000 with 3 bedrooms in his aeroplane. You go to the old age pension and you say, "Well, look, okay then, you're having a hard time of it. You've only got a few quid. Yes, I can't even get tobacco. You're not eating too well. No, I hardly see meat." You say, "Don't worry, you're free." The old fellow probably say, "I'm free to starve." Now I tell you, let's take Shelley's Mask of Anarchy, where he talks about what is freedom. Freedom also is to have the freedom to bring up your children in such a way as to realize their full potential, to be free from the fear of poverty, to be free from the fear of war. These are freedoms which I find establishment politicians never talk about. And the woman's quite right. The freedom of choice that you're talking about in a whole vast area is non-existent for the great majority of working class people in this country. It's an abstraction.
Well, indeed. The freedoms granted under capitalism are often just abstractions, except for the elite. Is this really the ideal system? If you were going to design a society from scratch, is this what you'd come up with? The system is falling apart. It's unable to provide security and prosperity for so many. That's led to the rise of the likes of Donald Trump and other right-wing populists. They tell you the reason your life's getting harder is because of migrants, refugees, Muslims, you get the gist, rather than a society rigged in favour of a tiny few, people like Donald Trump. Until we fix that, humanity's future is looking pretty bleak. Please like and subscribe with your thoughts and your comments. All opinions welcome. I won't censor them. You can help us expand to take on this awful media ecosystem. We're not run by billionaires. Patreon.com/OJoes84. Listen to us for the podcast that's now fixed. Speak to you in a bit.
All right. I think this is a good little spot to take a break for right now. We got a good solid about 4 hours in. I'm starting to see some actual progress here. I can see the progress, which is good. I like it. It's coming out. It's coming out. Get these brushes cleaned up real quick. I'll get my plates and cups and everything that I had this morning. Let's see, go downstairs, fold some laundry up, and take an assessment of what I need from the grocery store. See if I can run an errand or two real quick. Before it gets too late in the day. It's already 10:30. Seems like the day goes by so fast. Appreciate everybody for joining me, and we shall catch you next time.